are recognized to speak. Thank you all for joining us this evening. As our board has moved to in-person board meetings for our monthly gatherings, please note that committee meetings of the RTD Board of Directors are still continuing to be held remotely via Zoom, and they are audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as practicable on the board's website. Visit rtd-denver.com, and a live stream of this meeting is also available on RTD's YouTube page. During tonight's meeting, we are also providing Communication Access Real-Time Translation, also known as CART. Anyone who would like to access this service should send an email to the RTD Board Office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com, and a link will be provided. Additionally, the CART transcription can be automatically translated into Spanish for anyone who would like to access a live transcript of this meeting in Spanish. At this time, we'll now move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Treasurer Bouquet to please lead us this evening. Thank you. At this time, I would now like to call on Director Sloan to please read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Director Davidson. The RTD Board of Directors acknowledges that the land on which our buses and trains operate is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and other contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to these lands. We honor our Indigenous elders who have traveled, inhabited, and stewarded these mountains, hills, and plains throughout generations. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of inequity of the Native and all historically oppressed peoples, and recognize their current and future contributions in the district as we move forward.
Thank you, Director Sloan. I will now call for the roll. Treasurer Bouquet.
Present.
Director Broom.
Present.
Director Busick. First Vice Chair Catlin.
Here.
Director Deschel.
Here.
Second Vice Chair Geisinger.
Here.
Secretary Guzman.
Present.
Director Harwick.
Here.
Director Lewis.
Present.
Director Rosenthal.
Present.
Director Ruscia. Director Sloan.
Here.
Director Tisdale.
Present.
Director Whitmore.
Present.
And this is Chair Davidson. I am present. That is 13 present and 0 absent. We will watch for other directors to join us, and if I could ask the board office to please assist in watching for other directors that may join throughout the course of the evening. There are no retiree awards for this evening. Our second quarter retiree awards will be announced at the June Board of Directors meeting. Next is our public participation period, which is open to anyone who would like to address the board. As we have both in-person and remote attendees, in-person comments will go first, followed by those who are participating remotely. For those attending in person, please come up to the podium when your name is called. If you have not already signed up to speak and would like to do so, please approach the podium when I call for any additional speakers. For those attending virtually, if you wish to speak and have not already done so, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if dialing in by phone. Staff will unmute you when it is your turn to speak. If you are dialed in on the phone, please press *6 to toggle your mute settings. Please bear in mind that by participating in this public participation process, you are being recorded. If you do not wish to be recorded, then your comments may be submitted to the board office in writing. If any speaker has documentation or reference materials for the board, or if any member of the public would like to submit written comments, please email those materials to the board office at rtd boardoffice@rtd-denver.com. During this time, the board will not offer any direct comments or responses. However, if you would like to be contacted regarding your comment, please email the board office at the same aforementioned email address. Speakers should please begin their remarks by stating their names, and please take only up to 3 minutes to provide their comments. I will now go to our list first in person and call folks up. First, I see Andrea Brandes. Oh. Thank you, Ms. Pelagi. Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Yes. My name is Andrea Brandes, and I live in Broomfield, and I want to speak to the value and importance of multiple stops for blind people. Whether you are picking up something at the grocery store that only takes a couple of minutes, or going to pick up something from a small business, it takes more time and money to have a driver drop you off and then another driver to pick you up from the same place. So that has been a wonderful, important addition to my life, because all of you know what it's like when you do your errands at home, and that's the way you proceed. I want to live in the same way, and I believe reinstating the multiple stops policy will in fact save you money and drivers and time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brandes. Now we'll call on our next speaker, Curtis Chung. Thank you, Ms. Pelagi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the RTD Board of Directors. My name is Curtis Chong, and I would appreciate it if somebody would verbally notify me when my time is up. I'm empowered by the National Federation of the Blind of Colorado to speak on behalf of the organization. We have just adopted a policy with respect to the multiple stop prohibition for the Access on Demand program. We believe, initially we were slow to come to this because we weren't sure how we should perceive this, but since Access on Demand started, and this service was not explicitly prohibited, we would view this as a reduction in service for those RTD patrons who choose to use the Access on Demand service. Now, there's a certain bit of psychology that accrues here when you talk about giving something to the public initially and then having to take it away. If you want people to be unhappy with you in any way at all, think of what you do with your children. You give them $5 a week as an allowance, and then all of a sudden you say, now you're only going to get $2.50. You've just guaranteed that your child will not be happy with you as a parent. You've made them mad, more or less. And I think that's the same thing that has happened with respect to this Access on Demand business, because it was initially set up in a way that allowed people to do it, or at least they weren't chastised or prohibited from taking advantage of the service until all of a sudden the door slammed shut, and then they got caught by surprise. And so you're wondering why people are talking a lot about this. And I'm only talking about Access on Demand. May I say that those people who say that some of this is done in the name of equity because Access-a-Ride passengers don't get this, and the Z-Trip people don't get this, and the Metro Taxi people don't get this, let's compare Access on Demand with Access-a-Ride. There is no equity there. Why? Because the Access on Demand passengers can request a ride, and within 20 minutes or an hour, depending upon the day and the weather, they can get a ride. The Access-a-Ride passengers have to request their rides days in advance and have the usual overload conditions that we've observed with respect to that service. And so to equate the two is not the same. My final point is this. When RTD was planning all of this stuff, the stakeholders who were affected by this were not involved effectively in the planning. So the stakeholders, the blind people in particular that we are aware of, feel like the thoughts that went into this, the rules that would affect it, were not openly discussed with the community, and all of a sudden they were implemented. So please, number one, try not to do this for future things that RTD is thinking about. And secondly, we would call upon RTD, please, to reinstate within reason. And we're happy to discuss how that would work.
Mr. Chung, if you could please wrap up.
Thank you. All right. So that's all we're asking for. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chung.
I see you have to go around. It's a loop.
Thank you. I'll now call on our next speaker, who is Gary Van Dorn.
Could you also advise me when my clock runs down, please?
Yes.
My name is Gary Van Dorn. I'm Secretary of the National Federation of the Blind of Colorado. Unfortunately, our state president wasn't able to make it. As Mr. Chong described, we have adopted a formal policy that the reduction in service with the right on demand because of the multiple stop issue, we're not going to tolerate that. We don't like that at all. Historically, we've never tolerated any reduction in service, and we always have concerns. We're very transit dependent. RTD is a key to our mobility, our ability to get around the city, to do what we need to, so we can live the lives that we want to live as blind people. We can go to work, to church, to school, pick up our children if we have them, whatever. But I've been attending meetings on and off for the past 10 years. And one thing I'm going to be very honest, and you're not going to want to hear this, RTD has an historic issue with people with disabilities. You fail to communicate with us. You make arbitrary decisions. The people who are in charge of our diversity office have no concept of disabilities or people with disabilities. That needs to change. And board, you need to push management to change this. It's interesting to note that one of the greatest changes that occurred was because of Wade Blank, but that still hasn't changed. You still fail to communicate with us. So please include us in these discussions. If changes need to be made, you have stakeholders. I hear in these meetings staff coming to you and saying, oh, we work with our stakeholders. I'm not satisfied that they do, except when it comes to route changes. And I also encourage you, when it comes to diversity issues, question, read the packet, question. You also have a fantastic member of the board who represents my district. I wish he would run, but he does a fantastic job. He's also a great resource. But please, in the future, reach out to us, communicate with people with disabilities, not just through APAC, because what we have learned through watching these meetings is staff will direct what they want to share with you. In a sense, the honest truth is you're being manipulated. Just talk to us individually and learn from us. This is a reduction in service. It's causing harm to people with disabilities. And we need to get this change, or you need to come to us with a different version. And you also need to think this through and talk to us when you develop these programs, so we can certainly aid you in getting something that works for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dorn. Our next speaker is former RTD Director Claudia Folska. Director Folska, please.
Oh, so good to be back here. You guys have done a great job in this room. Thank you very much, everybody, for your service. I appreciate the time that you spend for RTD, and I want to acknowledge the work that our staff does. I really love to see our staff being applauded for the good work that they do. It is important, and berating them doesn't get us any farther, I don't think. And I think we have come to the table with a good intention. And I want to tell you that this Access-a-Ride, the Uber and Lyft on-demand service for paratransit users like myself and the other speakers before me have been so outstanding. I mean, it has improved the quality of my life so profoundly. I can't even tell you. I can do things that I could never do before. I can be engaged in my community like I never was before. You might not like that, but I'll show up now. But it's really been a godsend. And I would like to suggest that you keep the multiple stops. I think that's important. And also the round trips. Like sometimes, you need to pick a little thing up at, some pet food or, an apple or whatever it is, a small thing. And then, to try to wait and then call another car. It is an inconvenience. That's one thing. My ice cream might melt before I can get it home. But more importantly, that's important because I get pissed when I have melted ice cream. And you would too, don't you? Yeah, you do. It shouldn't melt, especially in the hot summer. So, and when you have a little kid, that's really important. Now, my daughter is all grown up, so it doesn't matter so much. But the point is that the round trips, and by the way, I used to be able to use it all the way to the airport, and then you stop doing that. And I don't think that's a good idea either. You're assuming that the people who are going to the airport are taking a flight, and some people have to go there to work. And so it's really helpful to have people fully engaged. Oh yeah, don't forget to give me that audio 10-minute deep, whatever that is. But when it comes to this subject matter experts that you have that are evaluating how this is working, I hope that the folks that are on that team, both I'm talking to the board and staff, that they are actual users of the system, that they're people who live their lives. They have lived experience with disability and mobility. And using a multimodal system, and we want to encourage that, would be great. And I would like to ask you to do one thing more that is my big vision, is RTD should put together a new program for all of America, one eligibility pass, one and done. I'm blind, I'm not gonna get vision tomorrow, so don't ask me to be tested every 3 years. It's an insult. These things need to go away, and they cost you too much money. So just get one pass that I can use wherever I go in America, just like I would any other public transit system, rather than thinking I have to call ahead a month in advance and hope that I can make arrangements. And that really stifles my ability to be a great American citizen, and participate in America, wherever we are, whether it's going to Washington or in Chicago or what have you.
Thank you, Director Folska. If you could wrap up in just the next few seconds, please.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for your time, for your service. I really appreciate it. And I know you guys will all do the right thing by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Folska, and thank you for your service to this board for many years. Thank you. Now, I'll call on our next speaker in person, who is Brian Baldwin. I'd like to thank our Chief People Officer, Charlene Pelegi, for assisting this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and RTD Board. I'd like to thank everyone who's also spoken before me. As many of my colleagues in the NFB have noted, I'm also here to speak about what you guys have heard ad nauseum about with the multi-stops. First off, within that, one thing that I meant to point out last time, but I panicked over my lack of time or timekeeping, is that a lot of us with disabilities that are using this service, I know that a big thing of this is because, we don't have cars, and a lot of car payments and stuff like that would equal out, but also it's a lot more expensive with Uber and with this service, which has been phenomenal. It's really helped a lot of us out, but a lot of us also have other medical needs. A lot of those are the reasons why we have our disabilities, or happen to be a secondary issue. So a lot of this ends up with, a big example such as myself is with, I have cancer, and I go to the pharmacy to pick up my medicine, and usually it's just a quick run in and run out. But I also have doctor's visits. I also work. I also have a 3.5-year-old that I like to take out into the community and enjoy his friends and things. But when it comes to being able to do something as simple as running to the pharmacy on a regular basis, and doing any other small trips like that, that normally someone would just get in their car, go over, hop on out. Well, with the multi-stop reduction, now that leads to, okay, now I've used 2 stops. So instead of having, just that one go around, it's still costing you guys actually less money. You're guaranteed up to $25 per ride. So when it comes down to it, there's no real difference there. You're still paying for that, and it's actually less money on everyone else, considering I've done the cost analysis for it. If I'm going somewhere, $14 one way, $14 back the other, well, it just happens to be that that's only about 17 or 18 round trip. So 17 or 18 versus the 28 is probably a lot better on your pockets as well. I feel that with all of this in combination, hopefully you guys, I don't know how much of it is fully on you versus the grant or everything, but hopefully the decision is made to keep everything as it was when we first started with the multi-stops. I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Before calling on the next speaker, I'd like to note for the sake of the record that we have been joined by Director Rusha, so we have 14 directors present. I will now call on our next in-person speaker, who is Chaz Davis. Chaz Davis? Okay, thank you very much. I will move to our next speaker, Marianne Migliarelli.
Dog is right by the podium. Swing around a little bit more. Come this way. There's the microphone.
You asked for us to state our names, and mine is Marianne Migliarelli, spelled Maryann Migliorelli. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take you on a brief trip from Boulder to Denver. Last year in September, I was joined by a couple of friends to go out for some theater. They started at their house, got a ride, picked me up, and we went to Denver. RTD paid $25 for the trip. On the way home, I ordered the ride, and RTD paid $25 for the trip, and I paid the extra. No problem. Later on, as a matter of fact, this Sunday, I invite you to a new trip. I went with my friend to go see MJ down in Denver. I live up in Boulder. She lives in Gun Barrel. She needed to take a ride from her house to my house, get out of that car, stand there waiting with me while I ordered the next ride to get us to Denver. And we did the same thing on the trip back. I paid $25 for each of the trips down, or you paid the $25 for the trips to Denver, but you also ended up paying another $18 or $20 in each direction to get Judy home. We would have been glad to pay that for the convenience of traveling together, not having to jump in and out of cars, and so on. That's simple math. And this summer, when RTD is hopefully going to again promote the summer fresh air and free services, either way, it's going to save money to have multi-stop trips. So those things I just wanted to point out. Mathematically, it does not make sense to pay for 2 trips when one will do the job. But on the other hand, as Mr. Chong said, we can't look at this as just an equity marketplace. Comparing Access-a-Ride to Access on Demand is like comparing 3-day-old donut to a warm chocolate chip cookie right out of the oven. You cannot compare them and say that they are equal, and you can't expect that those who use them are going to think those 2 services are equal. They are both great, they both serve a need, but using that line doesn't work, especially if you look at the people who, for the last 20 years that I know of, have used Access-a-Cab and have done multi-stops and other kinds of trips.
If you could please wrap up in the next 10 seconds, please.
Yes, sir. It just isn't the same, and I ask you to consider reinstating multi-stops and giving permission for Lyft to add them as well. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much for your time and comments. I understand that we are now joined by Chaz Davis. If Chaz Davis would like to come to the podium, please. I'll just also note for the sake of the record that Director Busick has joined us, so we do have all 15 directors present at this time. Chaz Davis, the floor is yours. If you may just introduce yourself and take 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. So my name is Chaz Davis, and I do live on the Littleton side of Centennial. And I am a working professional, a father, and a taxpayer. And so this is my 4th time speaking on the issue of multi-stops for Access on Demand. And so being a father and a working professional, it really is a delicate balance to be able to, make it to work on time while, of course, taking care of my child's needs. And so going to something as simple as daycare to drop off my child and then pick him up in the evening is essential for me to continue working and to continue being a professional. And so there are many times, and I'm reiterating a lot of points that I made before, but there are a lot of times where I order a ride. It could take up to 25 minutes for that ride to get to me, another 15 minutes to get to the daycare. And then sometimes I'm stuck there at the daycare, not able to wait inside, have to wait outside because that's what the rules are. And then maybe it could take another 20, 30 minutes for me to get a ride. At that point, I could be late to my job. And so as a blind person, it's often difficult enough to have gainful employment, but to have that as a barrier when I'm trying to be a successful professional and father, it can definitely be a barrier. And so in the past, I had spoken about the idea of the fiscal issue here. I compared the same rides that I took 1 month when we did have the multi-stops, or when I did use the multi-stops, compared to a subsequent month where I had to use separate rides. And I was spending around $400 more, even with the subsidy that RTD Access on Demand does provide. There was an additional $400 or so that it cost me because of those additional rides that I was taking. Not only that, typically in a month I would probably use about 45 rides with those multi-stops. I'm having to use over 60 rides, and then I'm paying out of pocket for them. That really adds up pretty quickly, and it almost makes it not financially feasible for me to even take my child to daycare. And on top of that, there's the issue of equality versus equity. And so I spoke about this last month as well. And so on the website, equity, equitable, those words are mentioned pretty often. And so when I look at equity, I think of people with disabilities have different circumstances and they have different needs. And so we should be addressing those needs and providing them with a service that does help to address those needs. That's what equity is. That's what I believe it to be. And so
Chaz,
that
if you could please wrap up in the next 10 seconds, please.
So with all that being said, I just really urge all of you to please consider the fact that there are many times where I'm having to wait in very terrible conditions outside, and surge pricing makes it even less of a financially feasible thing to do. And so I just really urge you to reconsider this stance that you have, and I urge you to really make this decision pretty quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. Our next in-person speaker this evening will be J.D. Holcomb. J.D. Holcomb.
Yeah, you are. Oh, no, come here, sir. Sorry. No, just one step back. My apologies. Right here? Right here's the podium. Can you feel it?
Yeah, I got the podium. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is J.D. Holcomb. I represent the Mountains and Plains chapter of the National Federation of Blind of Colorado. I live in Littleton, and I would urge you to reconsider the multi-stop function because of a few facts. The amount of savings you could save is astronomical. If my wife wants to go to the library and drop off books and just get back in the car, that ride there and back would cost $12. When she has to drop it off, get out of the car, she has to wait 10 minutes for another ride. Now we're $20 out of your guys' pocket. Also, the carbon footprint of having a whole nother car come and drive anywhere from 3 to 8 miles to pick her up just to take her back when we could have all been done with one vehicle. And as Mr. Davis stated about the equity and equality, I think they're vastly different. I know we were striving for equity, but I think you're really trying to make this all just equal. And as far as equal goes, they're not the same thing. If you wanted everything to be equal, then every bus service that drives should only be picking people up once an hour at every bus stop. But some pick up every half hour, some pick up every hour, but that's not fair to the people that only can get a bus ride every hour for the people that get a bus ride every half hour. So they're not the same thing, and we have to do what's right and what's more economically viable for the system. So, if things can't necessarily be fair, I understand that. But as my grandpa used to say, there's only two fairs in the world, and that's the state and the county fair. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comments. At this time, I'm not seeing any other speakers who have signed up to speak. However, if there is anyone who has not already spoken and would like to do so, they are now welcome to rise and approach the podium. If you could please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Ina Batron. I am a mother of 5 kids, 4 of which are under the age of 18. They have really been, with 2 blind parents, my children have been able to rely on public transportation for the, most of their lives. They've, been able to use it effectively and have relied on it, all this time. As time has passed, RTD has not just canceled, but also has reduced frequently used buses in our area. I'm on the south side of town, which is normally going towards Highlands Ranch, Lone Tree. I live in Littleton, but if you go across the street, it's actually considered Centennial. And those routes have been were cut drastically in the last few years. So we had to, we were so very appreciative of the fact that RTD was partnering with Uber and Lyft with the, the rideshare program. So we are really truly grateful for all the services that have been provided, and it has helped me and my children be able to go to all these, primarily school events, sports, and all that sort of stuff, and work. So we are so thankful and grateful that that service exists. I really do take all my kids everywhere, and I walk everywhere. My neighbors are always like, I see you everywhere, so between Centennial, Lakewood, Thornton. This whole partnership with Uber and Lyft has truly immensely helped us become more independent. So I am very thankful to all of you for having this program exist. The part where the multiple stops has ceased with Ubers, and we were told that it did not necessarily was supposed to be there because there was a glitch in the system. That's the part where we're hoping that we can come to an agreement where it can be reinstated, or at least be available for us. I mean, that part, when I take my kids to school and wait 30 minutes in the cold, in the snow, that's really a hindrance for me because I'm just standing there waiting for another car to come around. It's not always the same driver that can go around the parking lot and just say, oh, I just dropped you off. And there has been circumstances where those drivers have come back to pick me up, and they say, well, why didn't you do a multiple stop? And I say, because our voucher doesn't cover that. And so, for them, it's a little frustrating as well. And then with the Lyft, access on demand with Lyft, that was always a great system where we would always be able to make one stop and have the priority, that system where we can actually get to where we need to go right away and be there in a hurry. So that was a great benefit.
If you could please wrap up in the next 10 seconds, please.
I do appreciate your time, and if I would love to be in a group of people that we can brainstorm and find a solution where it can be equal to all of us. I do appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the comments. Again, at this time, I will now ask if there are any other speakers desiring to speak that did not have the opportunity to sign up. Seeing none, I'll now turn to our virtual attendees. I cannot currently see if any hands are raised. Mr. Kroll, would you mind helping me call upon those that have their hand raised in the queue, please?
Yes, Chair Davidson, this is Jack Kroll, Executive Manager of the Board Office. We have several individuals here who have raised their hand in indication of a desire to provide public comment. The first of whom I see is Richard Bamber.
And I'm going to go ahead and ask our online speakers that once your name is called upon by our Board Office Executive Manager, Jack Kroll, you can please go ahead and speak. Start by stating your name, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Mr. Bamber, you're recognized.
Hi, good evening. Richard Bamber, Greater Denver Transit. We're sorry we can't be here in person tonight, just various things going on. Firstly, the last couple of board meetings have had a string of speakers talking about the Access on Demand service, the issue with the denial of multi-stop, and I think they've made the points more than comprehensively. GDT stands in solidarity and agreement with these people, and we would urge all directors and staff to convene an appropriate working group, including members of the community impacted, to find a solution to this issue. Moving on, I see the Masabi contract is up for renewal this meeting. The week for me started in Las Vegas, where if you download the app for the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada and you get on the buses, you see this familiar Just Ride equipment, the same as RTD. One big thing is if you are riding their bus service down the Las Vegas Strip, you can see riders who have never even seen a bus, used a bus before, can board by simply tapping a credit and debit card on the Just Ride reader. That's quite important for a place which, where tourists is such a high percentage of riders. A couple of days later, because we love a light rail opening, I found myself in Seattle, where to get around, I went up to the train station. I was able to buy an Orca card, which is their smart card, for $3, and then add on a multi-agency pass called the Puget Pass for $8. 2 minutes, $11, and that is my fare payment. Here's the thing. Neither of those two actions required a working smartphone. Okay? And it's not just people who can't afford them, it's people who forget to charge their smartphones. Mine duly died in the middle of both days in Vegas and in Seattle. The great thing is not having to worry, will I be able to get back to the airport and pay my fare, or will I be in both cases? So while we believe the Wasabi system is generally settled down and is working well, we need staff and directors to urge for more functionality. Let's level this up properly, stop the discrimination against people who don't have a fully working smartphone. We need to provide the opportunity to purchase and upload smart cards from ticket vending machines, and we need to we also need to install the functionality into the readers that allows them to accept contactless credit and debit cards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if Mr. Kroll, you could please call on the next speaker, and that speaker will be recognized upon your calling.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next speaker is Nate Trella.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the time. This is Nate Trella, live in Arapahoe County, and like quite a few people here, I'm interested in speaking about the access on demand issue. I think you've heard quite a few people discuss the benefit, how truly appreciative we are of this, how it can make RTD a model for paratransit services compared to other agencies. For me today, my plan for today was to work in the morning, go to Anschutz for a radiation appointment, pick up my kid from preschool, take her to kindergarten orientation, and make it back up to the board meeting. It was a little too aggressive for the way I was feeling today, but it wouldn't be possible logistically or financially without this program. So I truly appreciate RTD taking a great step forward in offering this service. That being said, to be in a position to do that today, I ended up taking a lot of out-of-pocket trips last week to make sure I conserved enough trips. And I'm sitting there taking $14 round trips when it would have been $10 one way, ends up being $10 one way, $10 another on my vouchers to RTD. It doesn't make financial sense for RTD not to do this. And I know at the last meeting, there was a report from staff that mentioned the average single stop trip was $18 and change, and the round trip was $24 and change. And that completely lines up with the lived experiences you're hearing from people today about how, yes, it's a very cheap trip because it would have just added a few blocks or a mile or something to an already existing trip. I would love, and I'll be emailing the board to request this if it's possible to gather a look at what has been spent on access on demand fares in February and March. Now that we've kind of transitioned away from offering the multiple stops compared to November and December. I understand the per trip fees are different, but that doesn't paint a full picture, I think. Restoring the multiple stop trips allows us to participate in our communities, in the society, to live active lives. People base their decisions on where they lived, where they worked, where their kids go to school because of that capability. And I understand again that it may have been an accidental allowance to do that, but I think RTD can do the right thing and restore these trips and again, make this a model service for transit agencies across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kroll, if you could please call on the next speaker who will then be recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next, we have Melissa Fishburne.
Melissa Fishburne, you are muted currently, but are recognized. If you would please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Melissa Fishburne. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to say, I want to reiterate, I'm very appreciative for this service that was implemented, the partnership with Uber and Lyft. It's been great for a community of people with disabilities who are 70% unemployed. And I just would like the board to consider reinstating the multi-stop trips. In my mind, they should have never been taken off. The capability should never have been stopped because the board hasn't made an official ruling. It was just the CEO making up their mind, to my knowledge. And to me, that's why there's a board of directors to give input. And I don't think it's right that action has been taken as far as suspensions without an official board ruling. I do serve on the APAC, and I do know there's a expert panel being conducted, but it's just an industry experts. It's no people that really live with disabilities. And I know there's a link that was provided in Deborah Johnson's email for feedback. But I feel like even when I've called RTD and spoken with people, I was told things like, well, you guys don't have to use the Access on Demand voucher if you want to do a multi-stop trip, which obviously we wouldn't even apply for the program if we had the finances to do that. That would be fine. We wouldn't have applied in the first place. But, like I said, with 70% unemployment rate with people with disabilities, people can't just afford to do that. And that's why there are grants and legislation passed to allow this funding. Life is changing. Even since this was implemented, I believe in 2020, there's more brick and mortar going away. There's more curbside services, drive-through only, that people with visual disabilities and other disabilities should be able to partake in equally as the rest of the community that can drive. That's what RTD is funded on and based on primarily, for indigent people and people with disabilities. So taking that away when that's the form of life that's starting with mostly an online presence from a lot of companies doesn't make sense. Expecting a parent to stand outside of a school is not right, especially in below zero temperatures if need be. The school officials can get the wrong idea. What's this person still doing hanging around the schoolyard? The people should
please
have.
wrap up within the next 10 seconds, please.
Yes, I would just like to ask that RTD consider the eligibility and the equality where it concerns people with disabilities being able to live independently in the ever-changing world of more online and more curbside services.
Thank you very much for the comments. Mr. Kroll, if you could please call on the next speaker who will then be recognized.
Yes, Chair Davidson. The next individual we have is James Triplett.
James Triplett, you are now recognized. You may need to unmute yourself. James Triplett, if you can hear me, we see your hand is raised, but we see that you are muted on Zoom. James Triplett, we will come back to you. Mr. Cole, if you wouldn't mind, please placing James Triplett towards the end of the queue. We'll come back to James Triplett to resolve that issue. And Mr. Cole, could you please call on our next virtual speaker?
Yes, next we have Paolo Solorzano.
Hello, this is, okay, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. This is Paulo Solorzano from the RTD Riders Alliance, Facebook Transit Riders Group.
I'm calling because of, I've brought this up several times publicly at these meetings. It's just correct signage. It is extremely important to get these right, especially, hearing these comments from the blind community. Just signage or just communication overall. Specifically, I actually took some rides. I live in Aurora now. I just moved to Aurora, near the H line, and I took several trips during the last week, and all the signs, all the light rail banners at the stations were not working at all. I understand that there was some playing with that during the light rail shutdowns and the bus shuttles the last weekend. But the funny thing is that those were displaying information, wrong information sometimes during that time, but now they're all turned off after the maintenance. And the hard part is seeing that last year the signage was displaying incorrect information during the playoffs. Again, thousands of people were using these, relying on RTD. A lot of new transit riders, people who are trying to believe in RTD, who have never used it. But they were not working. I believe they were not working during the NBA playoffs. We have two teams right now, the Avalanche and the Nuggets. Thousands and thousands of people are going there, and the signs are not working again. I've talked to customer service. They keep on bringing up SCADA, SCADA. I've asked for responses. Customer service asks, tells me they might respond, but they never have. And we as riders and taxpayers, we deserve to know the procedures that are in place or lacking to keep these light rail banners on time, maintaining correct scheduling. I've also talked to RTD supervisors on site about reporting randomly functioning signs, and they say they are reporting them, but nothing happens. Also, email notifications they're coming out several minutes late, maybe sometimes even an hour late after a cancellation. And people are already starting to worry about keeping their jobs at these playoffs, people who are working at the Ball Arena or DIA Airport during the summer. So yeah, I'm just, hopefully I'll send an email out to customer service and the board of directors, and I sure hope that people do get back about this, because the summer is coming up and the signage is really bad, and cancellations as well, still going on. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Cole, if you could please call on the next speaker, and they will then be recognized.
So next we have James Triplett, if his technical challenges have been sorted.
James Triplett, you may now unmute yourself and are recognized.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? This is James Triplett.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
I didn't think I was ever going to get a chance to get on here. Okay. I do want to speak in several ways. I do agree with multiple stops. However, I don't agree with saying it. They're two different things. I'm an accessorized user. I am not good with a computer. I'm barely a computer user. There's about 500 people on Accessoride who are very computer savvy. There's about 1,500 of us who are not, and so therefore, we have to use Accessoride. We don't have any choice, and so therefore, if I wanted to go to three places, say leave my home, go to the bank, for a 5-minute transaction, I have to sit there an hour. Okay, then if I want to go to say Walmart, okay, and then I want to just go pick up something, I got to wait another hour. I could waste 4 hours going from my home to two different places, and so I've wasted half a day on Accessoride, and I would pay anywhere from $15 to $20 just 3 to 4 trips. there hasn't been any improvement in Access-a-Ride. My wife and I moved here in 2003. There hasn't been any improvement in Access-a-Ride since then. I mean, you know, there was a reduction in fare, 50 cents. Okay, that's all right. But I mean, you know, I mean, I'm very limited as to where I can go. So, you know, I really wish RTD would get very serious about the Access-a-Ride as well as the multiple stops. The 500 who are on on the RTD on demand, they get to ride free. Okay, I'm glad for that, but I think it's about time that we, Access-a-Ride users who don't have any choice, I think the board ought to take this very seriously. And I've offered in the past, because I used to come to those RTD board meetings before the COVID. I've offered in the past to serve on a special committee. I'd like to see a special committee formed where maybe several members of the board would go ahead and pick several members who ride Access-a-Ride exclusively to work out ways of where we can actually have some serious improvement. We don't have it. So, you know, I mean, we're stuck. So my thing is, my transportation is extremely limited. I just don't think that's right. And I know the modern technology is taking over the world, but still, I really wish that the Access-a-Ride people were taken seriously and look for serious improvements. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and time as well. Mr. Kroll, do we have any other hands raised virtually?
Yes, Chair Davidson, we have one final hand from Katie Abraham.
Katie Abraham, you are now recognized.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, so I've definitely, a little bit about me. My eyes are not good enough to drive. I can use the light rail and the buses, but I just want to throw my hat in for the Access-a-Ride people and the people needing multiple stops. And I'm a working parent also. Anytime there's an issue with transit, whether it's the rail or the bus or not having access to multi-stops, it's stressful. And being a working parent with a disability comes with its own stresses. And I've heard people talk about how they've brought up their issue multiple times. And I mean, people are pouring, you know, extra energy into just figuring out their day and extra energy to advocate on themselves and advocate for others. And I mean, you guys can definitely bookkeep and spreadsheet out how maintaining and improving these services are, which is good. And I would just ask you to consider the stress that people with disabilities have already, people that are trying to work, trying to raise families and get their kids places. And also, when this system goes down, it's not like we can get in a car and we don't always have funds to call an Uber, even though, yeah, some people have called Uber, but it definitely drains their funds. It's stressful, and please take into account the human toll of your choices or the human toll of not getting services to where they should be. I yield the rest of my time to anyone else that needs to speak.
Thank you very much for the comments. Mr. Kroll, did any other hands get raised during that time?
Yes, Chair Davidson, we had a hand raised from Gabe Gates.
Okay, Gabe Gates, you are now recognized.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gabe. I've been using Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand since I moved up here into Denver a couple years ago, and I just want to thank RTD for providing this program, specifically the Access on Demand program. I'm really grateful for a city like Denver to provide these type of equity provisions for those individuals who cannot drive or use an automobile to get around town for transit reasons. So this public transit system is very good for both my home and work needs. The one thing I'd like to discuss today is more equity options for long travels and commuting outside the Denver metro area, and what RTD can do to support those type of needs. I appreciate the Access on Demand $25 buffer. Sometimes when I'm going to work early in the morning and coming home in the evening, that's when there's the highest demand for Uber and Lyft transits. So those prices often spike, leaving me to pay a higher amount than those off-peak times. And then again, sometimes for work and just for regular traveling. When I'm going outside the Denver metro area, those prices are really high. And again, I'm grateful that there is that $25 voucher. I was wondering if maybe it's possible that maybe we can, those people who use Access on Demand can apply double up or double down on their vouchers for when they have to travel long distances, or when those peak times are higher, to be able to use those at their leisure and their convenience. Otherwise, again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I appreciate everything RTD is doing to make things more accessible, more equitable for transit and travelers in the Denver metro area. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and comments. Mr. Kroll, any further hands?
Chair Davidson, there are no further hands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kroll. Thank you to all of our speakers for taking time out of your evenings to be here and share your comments with this board and with the agency. Mr. Kroll, I'd like to just call upon you at this time to check and acknowledge the emailed comments that were received for today's evening. For today's meeting.
Yes, Chair Davidson, we received one item of public comment from Greater Denver Transit, and that item was circulated prior to this meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kroll. Thank you again to all of our folks who comment and for the passion and care for transit and what it provides to the community. And thank you to our staff this evening for also being here, listening in, and assisting with the public participation period. With no other participants in the queue, we will close the public participation period at this time, and we will move into our external entities report. This month, we do have one external entity report from Denver Transit Operators / Denver Transit Partners, commonly known as DTO or DTP. This is regarding the April 7th, 2024 A-Line service disruption. At this time, I would like to turn the floor over first to Assistant General Manager Fred Worthen to please introduce the item, as well as our speakers joining us, Mr. Kenny and Mr. Allen. Mr. Worthen, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. Fred Worthen, AGM of Bus Operations. We have members of DTO and DTP who are here today to discuss the A-Line service disruptions. We also have Dave Jensen, AGM of Rail Operations, sorry, I'm gonna replace myself, and Mike Malaj, who oversees our commuter services contracts as well. With that, I'll turn it over to our representatives from DTO and DTP.
Thank you, Mr. Worthen. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Doug Allen. Excuse me. I am the project director for the Denver Transit Partners. We're the concessionaire for the Denver Eagle project, which is comprised of the A, B, and G commuter rail lines. With me in the audience is Nate Morgan, who's also with DTP, and Paul Kenny, who's the General Manager for Denver Transit Operators. DTO is our subcontractor and handles all the functions associated with the commuter rail lines. First, I'd like to apologize to RTD and to its passengers for the incident that occurred a few weeks ago and the extensive delays that resulted from it. It was clearly not up to our usual standards, and we're pledging to do better going forward. Paul is going to provide us with a briefing of the incident and address whatever questions you might have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny?
Good evening, Board. Chair Davidson, AGM Worthen, thank you for the introduction, Doug, and RTD staff. I appreciate the opportunity. Again, I'm Paul Kenny, the General Manager at Denver Transit Operators. Following the speaking to the Operations and Safety Committee on the 18th, I want to offer a little bit of information to recap for those that weren't familiar with all that content and follow up on a few items that were spoken about during the committee meeting. Again, to recap, on April 7th in the afternoon, after about a 2-hour stranding of commuter rail trip 179, the customers evacuated to the right-of-way approximately a half-mile west of All-Star Street crossing. As we discussed during the committee meeting, a subpar management of the incident predominated by an emphasis on troubleshooting the issue over the consideration for the passengers resulted in an extremely unfavorable outcome that we certainly discussed quite a bit. The far better adherence to our standard operating procedures, or SOPs, in particular evacuation of a train, would have and does prompt our team to be prepared to evacuate within 30 minutes. Those steps were not taken. And that set about, amongst some other things, a sequence of events that you're all too familiar with at this point. Likewise, had we done that, a planned evacuation would have been facilitated in a much more organized manner and delayed the impact and the inconvenience to the customers, getting them on their way in a far more expedient manner. The notifications that I discussed at the committee meeting, again, they did not happen in the way that is prescribed by our plans and procedures, not by what I expect every day and what my team expects of the rest of us as colleagues and professionals in public transit. I'm a pretty long-time customer of public transit, dating back to when I could even ride on my own, very young. And the inconvenience and anguish of a customer, I don't devalue whatsoever. Delaying the group of 43 there as long as we did is unacceptable to me. It's unacceptable to my team, as you can probably expect, have post-mortem evaluated this ourselves within the team. So certainly, as Doug had mentioned, and I echo his comments in apologizing for the service that was not up to our standard. I do have a few follow-up items to some of the content that was discussed. So let me go through those and then reach the end here. Director Sloan asked whether or not DTO would issue a formal apology beyond the appearances here. Regrettably, though I appreciate the question, beyond this appearance and on the 18th, I won't be providing on DTO's behalf any further public correspondence. I do note, though, that we provide answers to the customer care line. So however they may come through, and some customers choose to receive a response and some don't. And so those answers are tendered quite quickly by our control center manager. And so those are available to provide back to the customers as well. Additionally, I was to report back in this group around whether or not any of the events that transpired were not the same as I had described during the committee meeting. And though the timeline is, as I had described, as regrettable as it is, During our after-action review, what we came to learn was feedback from the customers to the operator and the transit security specialist. Feedback from the customers was that the announcements being made on the PA within the compartment were muffled. Now, though that may be somewhat a perception, I can tell I'm not paying as great attention if I'm on my phone, but I wasn't in the compartment, so I can only make one presumption in that case. What I can tell you is that the equipment did inspect satisfactorily for daily use and revenue service, and then post-incident, it likewise inspected satisfactorily. It doesn't take away from the fact that that's the customer feedback. That's a point of observation, perception or not. And so there's more we can do in managing the emergency that I described before, in ensuring that it's even more proactive than it was in communicating with the customers. We had healthy discussion around the standard operating procedures, or SOPs, and to that end, DTO, we certainly look critically on SOPs regularly anyways, and then in this case, a different eye. And so we have tendered some revisions to the rescue of a disabled train SOP, and are drafting and reviewing internally a troubleshooting checklist. Now, the checklist is still thorough, so it is, in some cases, pages towards less pages than the actual SOP is, but we're looking for that to be a tool to those that we've retrained in familiarization, transportation supervisors and others, to offer another tool for the supervisor's use in working through the emergency. Likewise, at the staff's request, and I believe General Manager Johnson talked to this, is to provide the after-action report and the corrective action plan. And then further training records were requested by RTD. All of those have been since provided through our document control process, and are available for our further discussion and review, certainly as a combined team. Again, the subpar service is something I am here and was on the 18th to apologize for. It's so out of character for the team, and a combination of events that could have been forestalled multiple times through the events that we've looked at very closely as a way that we know going forward in pledging that commitment to be better and to uphold, a much higher level of customer care that is really the norm for us, that could have greatly mitigated the inconvenience and anguish of a passenger sitting there for 2 hours, only to then, come out of the train in the way that it did. I can entertain any questions or comments at the board's discretion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenny, Mr. Allen. Mr. Worthen, did you have any further comments on this before opening up to discussion?
Thank you, Chair Davis, and not at this time.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll now call upon directors with questions for our guests here, both those joining us online and in person. I will start with Director Lewis.
Yes, thank you. I've been sharing with other directors, I try to look at things, the glass half full. So the full part is, I'm glad the SOP was working if used properly. So that's a reassurance that we have that. And just as a reminder for the retraining is that if there was a person like myself on that train, somebody in a power chair, it takes a lot longer to get me off. So if there was a dangerous situation on the train or some other issue that would have put my life in danger, that hesitation would have put my life in danger. So I hope you guys use it as a training tool, and we're all hoping this doesn't happen again. Thank you, sir.
It is, Director Lewis, thank you for the comment. I couldn't agree more.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Director Deschel, please.
Yeah, I just want to raise a couple points. I think one, and you continue to call everyone customers, which I appreciate, but they're riders and they're community members, right? Customers implies it's sort of a one-way transaction and a one-way impact, right? When I go buy a sandwich, I'm a customer at the shop, and if my sandwich is late, maybe I'm late to my meeting, maybe I'm a little hangry. Someone else might be marginally impacted by my being hangry, but at the end of the day, that's the extent of the impact is I'm hungry, I didn't get my sandwich. Customers, and particularly customers and riders and community members on the A line, that is someone's flight delay because their pilot couldn't get there. That is someone's job. That, I mean, and not to say that RTD is infallible, because we certainly are not, but you know, it sort of is described as, oh, well, we only inconvenience these 43 people. But public transit, when there are delays, when there are incidents like this, it's not just those 43 people. It is thousands, if not tens of thousands, that ripple effect, especially on the A line, especially on a number of our lines that are getting people to and from high trafficked areas. So I just wanted to raise that and pledge to do better. I am familiar with corporate and governmental speak of trying to pacify. What are the dollars looking like behind this pledge to do better? What is meaningfully changing, right? Because you already had training and you already had SOPs, and those both didn't work. So I apologize, but I'm a little dissatisfied with, well, I came and apologized twice, and I'm going to retrain the people on the SOP I already had. That doesn't quite cut it for me. So would you mind just, and maybe I missed it, but talking about what's behind that pledge?
Mr. Allen or Mr. Kenny?
I'm honestly not really sure what you're asking, Director.
Yeah,
I don't mean to be, you know, adversarial in it, but we dedicate, you know, the funds of the company every day to doing more if we need to in order to satisfy certainly the high standards of the concession agreement. So I yield.
Director Deschel, would you like to rephrase?
Yeah, I'll rephrase. So there are standards that should have been met, right? And there was an SOP that should have been met, and there are contractual obligations that should have been met, which were not met. And you have come before the committee and you've come before us, and what I've heard is, well, we promise we'll do better, and we're going to retrain people on the standards that already exist. But that's not a change. That's just doing the same thing. So are you actually changing anything? Are you shifting dollars? Are you shifting someone's compensation structure? Are you changing management structures? Are you doing trainings more frequently? Are you doing all hands meet? Like, what are you doing that is different from what you did prior to the event?
And Director Deschel, perhaps it'd be helpful to ask if there are highlights of the corrective action plan. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, a corrective action plan, sure, we submit those as well, but like, what are you doing? I mean, right, like to say I came and apologized twice, and yeah, I submitted a corrective action plan, which I'm required to do by law, doesn't give me, from a concessionaire, if I had faulted in this way, the comfort that we're really living up to what we need to.
Mr. Kenny?
So I'll underscore something that maybe I didn't emphasize enough during the 18th. The adjustment to the tabletop exercises, which again are not required by the agreement. It's a way that we continue to tune people's ability to perform or to respond. And so what we're doing with those scenarios is what I'll admit in some occasions, in some months when we do them each month, the scenario that we may work through may be a little more train-centric. Because certainly if the train plays a part, we want to be able to get through that as we attempted to unsuccessfully in this particular emergency. And it's to adjust the tenor of the scenario towards a little bit more of a difficult problem set regarding the customers. You know, how within the passenger train emergency preparedness plan, we would care for those riding on the train, who would be taking those actions. Something a little more difficult. In fact, you know, Director Lewis' example of such as when we have our annual emergency preparedness drills. Last summer, we did out on the Pena Bridge near the airport with so many of the airport partners. We had multiple ADA customers that had to be brought from the train down to the rock on the bridge through the field. And so something more customer-centric is something we're weaving into those particular tabletops. Another item that is a little more granular, but I'll offer it nonetheless, since you probe on that, is something I'll even refer to as a micro drill, where we're walking through, say, the control center or into vehicle maintenance, and it could just be as simple as the yellow sticky that you put on the display, or talking to one of those that are either controlling the trains or other, and to work through a scenario. It may only last a few minutes, but to look for those top 5 responses, if you will. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Director Deschel. Thank you. Director Sloan, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your coming to represent DTO and DTP. And I believe tonight you have given a sufficient and sincere apology, and I appreciate that. And I hope our customers will learn about, your sentiment that you expressed tonight and the corrective measures you intend to take. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Director Harwick, please.
I would just have a few questions, and I know I asked this the other day, but I'm just going to ask it again for everybody else here. Did you provide any type of recourse for the 43 passengers that were stranded on this train for 2 hours?
Mr. Kenny.
In similar answer, Director Harwick, we have not. We don't have a policy of compensating customers who have been inconvenienced. We do have, within the administration of the concession agreement, any claims that may come through, but of course they'd be processed through the terms and conditions of the concession agreement.
Do you think you should have had to pay out?
My answer is the same, sir.
Same. So on the 7th, when this happened, how long was it before either of you were notified that something was wrong?
I was notified towards really the end of the incident myself. I was part of that which wasn't engaged throughout the time frame.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Harwick. Secretary Guzman, please.
This is for the RTD side of things, just a heads up. I would like to know when we found out something was wrong and how we were informed and what that timeline looks like, please.
I see that Mr. Jensen is approaching the podium, or, thank you, yeah, that's perfect to sit at the table there. Mr. Jensen, please.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please go ahead.
I was notified roughly, I don't have it in front of me, I don't want to be too specific. I was notified roughly an hour after the train was stopped. I, at that point, contacted Mr. Millage, Senior Manager of Contract Services. We reached out then to the crew on the ground, so to speak, or the control center. So roughly, we knew about an hour afterwards.
Thank you. Secretary?
What is on our side, and forgive my ignorance of this, I should know better, but I don't. What on our side are we supposed to do, if anything, in situations like this to provide customer service, to remedy these issues? Does that fall to us, or does that fall to our concessionaire?
Mr. Kenny?
As it was a Sunday, DTO provides for the rider alerts in place of RTD's operation. And so if we're speaking to the rider alerts, that would have come from RTD within the control center to notify of delays, cancellations, and the like. Other notifications throughout the RTD operation, bus operations, and so forth. Likewise from DTO in the operations control center, I can speak to beyond that within the mechanism of RTD after we would make those notifications.
Thank you. Secretary?
One last one, thank you. Given the geography of this, and I'm just trying to understand, because often knight in shining armor is a bus that creates a bridge to rescue people or move them on. But we also have a commuter rail line in play here with a commuter rail line rescue train. What's the proper procedure from RTD's side? What is our responsibility to handle this if this were to happen not on a Sunday, during the week? Like, who's on first in that situation? And the reason I'm asking is because I don't understand what the SOP should be in this event, right? We've talked about doing these drills and doing the other things, but I don't know what it looks like if this were to happen. And that's because we don't delve into managing people on the agency side. We are the board, but as a curiosity and for people to understand what is supposed to be the standard operating procedure in an event like this, I think it would be helpful to inform the public of what that looks like. As brief as possible, we don't need to get into minutia, but who's first at bat and who's on deck to save after that and make sure people are taken care of. Thank you.
Mr. Jensen, would you like to start that?
I will, but I may have a follow-up question to get clarity because you're asking about on the RTD side. So DTO has their procedure as it relates to rescue trains. And Mr. Kinney can elaborate on that, but I know that an effort was made to bring another train and to try and get that train out. The procedure on the RTD side is very similar. Our SOPs are very closely mirrored with theirs. And so we would send out, depending on the breakdown, if there's power, we would bring another train and get the train out and also call for buses simultaneously. So it depends on where the location is. If the train's at a grade crossing, evacuations take a lot of time and effort. And so we were very careful with that process. But typically, just to reiterate, on the RTD side, we would send a rescue train out. We've got them staged. So as soon as the train's not moving, we're sending a rescue train out and then also calling for buses is what we do on the RTD side, which I believe mirrors very closely to what DTO does, but I'll allow Mr. Kinney an opportunity to elaborate.
The rescue of a disabled train SOP itself, again, it notes that we need to be prepared to evacuate the train within 30 minutes. What does that mean? It means that we're making the phone call to bus operations to advise that what the situation is. We already know that we're going to need a bus to aid in the evacuation. We'll ask for that right then and there, maybe within the first few minutes of the incident playing out. With the availability of another train, and we have different options there. We keep a spare married pair or two in Union Station to augment the service, get in the place of another train, and so that may be an option in order to dispatch the rescue train, which is what happened in this case, though egregiously later than I would like, and certainly in retrospect. And that brings up a topic of what is optimal really for us and for the customers, even as Director Lewis mentioned, to transfer the customers from train to train offers the least risk to those that are on board, whether they require assistance or not. And so that's optimal. And so that was dispatched, though not as quick as I would like. And then as AGM Jensen noted, some of the circumstances would guide what we even have as options. If it's a loss of power, I can't bring another train in. I know it's obvious from the point of electricity here, but nonetheless, that's going to guide us towards one option, in particular the bus. And so we're going to be calling the emergency responders because they aid per the emergency preparedness plan in the evacuation of the train. Does that adequately answer, or a yield if you have a question?
Secretary.
Yes, thank you. I'm just trying to understand what it looks like if this happens, because I don't know, right? And the surprising thing about all of this, just for the record, was that one director mentioned this happened through a totally external source from anybody sitting in this room before anybody in this room had any idea that it happened. And we should have probably known that a lot quicker. And so trying to understand the communication, what it looks like on your end, I don't need to know that a train has stopped. until after the action has happened of taking care of the customers and my community members and my constituents and the people that pay for the system to operate, that are more important. Get them taken care of. But what does that look like? And so the question that I had was, is there something that we needed to do on our end once we receive notification, or is that handled through the concessionaire agreements solely based on the SOPs through DTO, DTP, and where does it cross over? Because a bus is not something that the concessionaire agreement, I think, allows, right? It's not your purview, it's our purview, and we would need to send one out if it's necessary. And so just trying to understand that from a commonplace person on the street, getting on the train, uh-oh, it's not working. What can somebody expect reasonably going forward, and who do they talk to? So it's just more information and fact-finding, and I appreciate you willingness to entertain my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I will move to Director Lewis. Do you mind if I hold to come back around for those who haven't spoke yet? I see Director Tisdale. Thank you, Director Lewis.
Thank you very much. Mr. Penny, did I understand you to correctly to say that you heard about the incident about 2 hours after it initiated?
Mr. Kenny?
That's correct.
And Mr. Jensen, did I understand you to say that you heard about the incident about 1 hour after it initiated?
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Jensen, do you have Mr. Penny's phone number?
I do, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that because it's been a while since I've said in this room my mantra of communicate, collaborate, cooperate. And it's not casting any aspersions on you because quite honestly, I assume that you assumed that Mr. Penny knew what was going on. But there's no reason we shouldn't just reach out whenever we can, because I am a little surprised to hear, quite honestly, that our chief of rail ops heard it before DTO's chief of rail ops heard about it. So it's an observation, and that's, I suppose, part of what we learned.
AGM Jensen, is there a comment you'd like to make?
If I could, for clarity. So there is a process that we follow with our communication, even in events. And so my notification went to the established personnel, who is Mr. Millage. I contacted him. We discussed what was going on. He then contacts DTO, and he was in contact with them. So he was in contact with the people, I said on the ground, but it would have been their control center, would have been their lead of their transportation. We were getting updates and information on what was going on. And so at that point, typically our conversations at our level about what transpired happen afterwards because the event was happening at the time. And it was, what are the recovery events? What's going on? Update us on what's transpiring and what actions are being taken. And then follow-up action is taken at another time, typically at our level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Tisdale. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Director Broom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Are the rescue trains powered by diesel or electricity?
Mr. Kenny.
The commuter rail fleet doesn't specifically have a rescue train, right? So we would dispatch it's similar, the same car. So no, there are no diesel, Director Broom, to rely upon.
Well, given how long that bridge is, doesn't it make sense that we'd have something that could actually go in and do something if the power's down?
Mr. Kenny.
I'm going to defer to RTD on it.
Mr. Jensen.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So on the RTD side, it's two things. One of which that we discussed was what we would utilize first is another train if there's power, because we can couple in and tow that train out. Absent power, on the RTD side, we do have a rescue vehicle, which is diesel locomotive, that we can get onto the alignment, but that's more time consuming. And we would be affecting the other things that we discussed in terms of our, our passengers, our customers, getting them into a place of safety and evacuating. So we could do both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Broom. Director Lewis, I can come back around for a second bite.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of variables. You know, we've talked about diesel train, electric train, bus rescues. So during the drills, did you guys average out how long it takes to empty a train and get them on the bus so we can educate our riders not to panic when these things happen? Do we have an average time that we found out from these drills?
Specifically within the emergency preparedness drill that's conducted annually, we do capture when the evacuation commenced and when it was completed.
Okay. Can we get those, like an average time and how long that takes?
I'd be happy to go to look at the, if you will, the AAR. So each, such as this emergency, as well as the drills, are required by regulation to have the debrief and critique session. And so I'll go back to the one from last summer and provide that information to the RTD staff.
Thank you.
For you. And then if that, it may be a training goal there for the one that is up and coming for June.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Chair,
Mr.
if I-
Jensen,
if I
please,
may,
go ahead.
I just want to elaborate a little bit more on that question and the variables that might take place. All of that has, the variables, there need to be buses available. Where are the buses located? What is the location of the train? If the further out it is, the longer it's going to take to get to. There need to be people on duty on the bus side to be able to get people out. And so Mr. Kinney can provide more information to you on their after actions. But those are the variables that come into play. So we know that when a train breaks down, the further out it is, the longer it will take us to get help. But we typically try to respond as fast as we can in either case.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I'm not seeing further directors at the moment. The first question I have is with regards to the customer experience. Mr. Kenny, you acknowledged several things that had been described by customers and looking at validating equipment and so forth. Is there onboard video that's available to be able to use to validate what had occurred? And if so, has that been reviewed?
Yes, to both questions.
And have those records been submitted as well to RTD as part of the findings, corrective action plan, and so forth?
Point in fact, it actually is RTD's property. So it's certainly available. We have identified the timeframes or which cameras you'd want to look at in order to observe what you're talking about.
Thank you. And Mr. Jensen, I see.
Yep, just another point of clarification, if I may, is that their after action just took place on the 25th, and so there's still an amount of time of collaboration between us to go over what information they have, what's available to us, what we would like to see, and those types of things. So what you're asking is still in process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jensen. That was addressing one of my other questions. I'll just go ahead and follow up in terms of where we are. Mr. Jensen, does your team have everything that we need to make a proper evaluation from the RTD side at this time?
I would answer that by saying I know that we have access to everything we will need to be able to. I can't speak right now this moment to what I actually have in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I appreciate that. I have another question regarding safety, and this is that the customers did initiate a self-evacuation. That seems to represent an opportunity for risk of safety to customers. I'm wondering if you can describe what the standard operating procedures are when a customer self-initiates, and if you can walk through whether those standard operating procedures were followed and whether or not those have been changed as part of the corrective action plan.
The customer initiated of an evacuation is probably where we depart from the SOP. And so what was done in this case, which I think is prudent, is that the operator and the transit security specialist and the supervisor that was on site then put the emergency ladder down to facilitate the rest of the customers to evacuate the train to the nearby sidewalk.
So just for clarification, that is not necessarily a standard operating procedure, since that's not what's intended to happen. That was the discretion of the folks that were there dealing with the situation. Have you modified your standard operating procedures if there are to be future customer evacuations of any nature?
Instead of guessing in public, I have to go back and look at some of it to see if we have a contingent element in there. It would probably be quite brief. in that were a self-evacuation to commence, that we would move on to facilitating the evacuation, presuming that it'd be safe to evacuate at that location, of course. Otherwise, now it's transitioned from what in this case was able to become a pretty quickly peaceful and organized manner, could actually be more of a security incident. So it would be pretty specific. But I'll take the action item away to maybe look it through each of the elements there to have a better answer for you.
Thank you. Given that that did happen, that would be helpful to understand. So thank you. I appreciate that. And I do see that online Director Rusha has raised her hand. Director Rusha, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I apologize. I hear I'm echoing. My RTD camera wasn't working, so I flipped to phone. Is this okay? Am I echoing? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we
Pardon?
can hear you just fine.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I could hear myself echoing in the background. Mr. Kenny, I apologize. Can you please remind me your job title and role at DTP as representing them right now?
Mr. Kenny?
Director, I'm the General Manager of Denver Transit Operators.
Director
Okay,
Rusha?
thanks. Thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, would you mind if I just had quick dialogue for the sake of time?
Yes, please. If you could keep that within a couple minutes, that would be great. Please go ahead and have open dialogue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. This is the first time I've raised my hand all evening, so I appreciate your grace. I won't take too many bites of the apple. So if I understood correctly, you said you weren't entirely sure of what changes had been made to the SOPs since this incident, and you didn't want to speak off the cuff. That's why I just wanted to make sure that I did understand your role correctly. In the operations and safety meeting, if you might recall, I came in a little hot. I was very frustrated. I learned about this incident from a constituent, not from RTD and not from the news. That's how I first learned, because it was down the street from my house. Recognizing this is not the first safety incident we have had in our partnership with you, I would politely request a copy of those SOPs. Is that something that you can advance to the board by the end of the week?
Mr. Kenny?
Absolutely. Any of the SOPs are available to RTD, and I can put those in RTD's hands. If I could, the opening remark you made to correct you, it's not that I don't know what changes have been made to the SOP. Chair Davidson's question was whether or not, in the event of a self-evacuation, what is covered within the SOP that actively transitions the team to a different response to the emergency, in which case, instead of sifting through it right now, I took that away as an action item.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So this is not the first time that we have had an incident on our system where we had a stalled train and customers took it upon themselves to exit, which is a clear safety issue. This just happened to be an incident with our partners, and it, I think, was in some ways of greater magnitude because of the length of time and the risk. Now, multiple directors have asked about compensation and, what is the policy, and both our, concessionaire and RTD has responded that we do not give refunds. I understand that it's on the ticket, but from a consumer protection perspective, I don't think that's appropriate. And so my follow-up question, and it's very direct, and I think this might even be for Mr. Jensen, is can you please share what fine DTO DTP incurred as a result of this incident or could occur?
Mr. Chair, if I
Please.
may, that has yet to be determined. So we will evaluate everything as it relates to the concessionaire agreement. Our teams will get together and we'll evaluate what an appropriate liquidated damages, if any, would be assessed, but that work has not been done yet.
Thank you, sir. And then, of course, I think if you could just update the board as to what that conclusion was, it would certainly alleviate some of my concerns, but perhaps my colleagues would also be interested. And then there was also a mention of camera footage. So, Mr. Chair, if I might take a moment of not quite personal privilege, I do have a comment and a concern I'd like to raise that is germane to the general conversation, but not directly related to this discussion item. So I'm going to ask your permission before I make said comment in case I'm called out of order.
Please go ahead and make the comment.
Thank you, sir. So last summer, I witnessed an incident, and I believe it was Smith and Havana, where the gates were not functioning correctly or the lights were not functioning correctly, right? You had a green light saying go and a red light saying stop and a gate saying something else. And I literally thought that I was about to watch someone die and get hit by an A-line train. Now, I'm a person, when I drive, I put my phone in my purse and I don't like distractions. But I was desperately grabbing my phone. Maybe I take a video. Who do I call? What happens? Now that light cycle passed. I stayed for several minutes and things seemed to return to normal. I reached out to staff immediately. I gave the time. I believe it was investigated. And I was told, whether this is true or not, I was told that there was no video. There was no video. So when I came in a little hot a few weeks ago in committee, it's because for weeks I avoided that intersection, even though that was the most direct way to get where I needed to go. And even today, I slow down, check my review mirror first, and I slow down. And I check both ways more than once because of what I saw. So I just want to confirm, are our cameras working?
Mr. Jensen.
Did anyone? Thank you.
Mr. Jensen, given that that was a RTD property equipment question, would you like to address that?
If I can, I will defer to DTO on that. If it's their territory, that would be their equipment. They'd be responsible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kenny, please.
Yes, the cameras are working. I'm not sure what the circumstances would have been surrounding this, but yes, they work.
Thank you. Director Ruship.
I am more than happy. You can reach out to me and, I'm more than happy to share the date, the time, the incident, what transpired. The response I got was that a gate had been clipped by a truck. And that was cause for that malfunction. But there was no video available. I was also advised next time I should film something. Again, I was taught to drive 10 and 2 and don't mess with your phone. So that has concerned me, and it has not been the first time I've been concerned about your gates and our trains. So I'm happy to follow up. And again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to make a comment germane to this conversation, but not directly related to the discussion and the presentation. This happened in my neighborhood, and these are the intersections that I drive through, and I have seen safety concerns, and I have not been satisfied with the answers, either through RTD staff that's coming through our partner or through the presentation we saw today. Finally, as it relates to those customers that were beyond inconvenience, that is a light way to put it, I don't care who offers some compensation, even if it's free passes, that needs to be done. And that's a minimum expectation and something that one body or the other can absolutely afford to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. With that, I'm not seeing other hands raised for questions or comments. Before closing, I just want to see if Mr. Worthen or Mr. Jensen, you have any further closing comments.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. Mr. Jensen, would you like to add any closing comments, and then I will finish with the comments?
Yes, thank you. If I may, just a quick closing to express my appreciation for the collaboration, the spirit with which it's intended that we work together. We are very sorry. We understand that there are people on board those trains for a very long time. We understand the magnitude of that, and we are working in tandem with our partners to make this right. And so we appreciate the conversation and appreciate the spirit with which it was intended.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. First and foremost, I am very deeply sorry that our customers experienced what they did. Although I'm on the bus side of the house, I do realize that when incidents occur, even when we are called, we cannot always easily access a train, depending upon where it is broken down and road access. Sometimes even we have problems providing support for these types of incidents. I do realize that humans were impacted, but I would also say that there were humans that handled this incident too, and sometimes we have to give them a little grace too when handling these types of things. But we will definitely work on this to try and correct this and make sure that it does not happen again. I do thank the board's indulgence for allowing our partners from DTO and DTP to come in and explain not only what happened, what corrective measures are being taken to move forward from this point. And with that, thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Worthen, thank you. Mr. Jensen, thank you. And Mr. Kenny and Mr. Allen, thank you for taking the time to be here. Thank you for fielding questions, and thank you for showing up to be accountable. We are collectively accountable. As we've all pointed out, it all says RTD. Our customers and community members are all riding with us. So we appreciate your partnership in being accountable to that, and thank you for being here this evening. Once again, Mr. Worthen, thank you for bringing the item forward. With that, we'll go ahead and move on with the agenda. Okay, seeing as how it is 7:23, I would like to ask that we take a break. I'm going to learn from prior mistakes that it does take us a little bit of time to regather. So I'm going to ask for a break for 7 minutes, and I would ask that we start promptly at 7:30. So a nice and convenient time is 7 minutes. We'll start at 7:30. Thank you. This is a 2-minute warning. One minute, if please people could find their seats, please. Please find your seats, directors. All right, call the meeting back to order. All right, thank you, everyone. We are back to order as of 7:30 p.m. This is Director Eric Davidson speaking. At this time, we've now moved to our committee report portion of the agenda. I will first start with the Audit Committee. Committee Chair Deschel, do you have anything you would like to report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Audit Committee met on April 11th to review the internal audit of the district fleet revenue and non-revenue internal audit. We reviewed, coming out of that, there were two high priority findings, 6 moderate findings, and 3 low or process improvement findings. We also reviewed some of those prior sort of management action plans that were due on or before March 31st, 2024. Those continue to be ongoing and monitored. As we look to the end of Q2, we should also be looking at the safety review, which is in process, IT vulnerability, which is in process, as well as a security review incident response that is in process. Management action plans are monitored quarterly for compliance. The Audit Committee, just based on requests from staff, in addition to the internal audit, which has been robust and I think successful, there's also the external audit. Our external auditors, Plant Moran, will be here in June. That is primarily a financial audit. There's also the Office of the State Auditor audit, which is ongoing, and of course, the implementation of the already committed to management action plans from Oracle Information Technology General Contracts Review, a procurement audit, and the Employee Training Program Review, and now the District Fleet Revenue and Non-Revenue Vehicle Reviews. As a result, there's been a request to sort of adjust some of our timing there within our internal audit plan. There is an additional Audit Committee meeting being scheduled such that we can make sure to get through the business at hand. The Audit Committee does not meet every month. But that is what is going on, and I am available to answer any questions. I have the report in front of me, should anyone have any on the fleet revenue and non-revenue vehicles and the findings there.
Okay, thank you, Director Deschel. Since you asked for questions, I'll take some if we have a few. Director Rusha, did I see your hand raised?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the non-working camera. This is not, I guess I have a general question for our audit chair based on a recent meeting. And I don't know if that's permitted because it's not related to the fleet review.
That's fine.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So there has been discussion about our budgeting process, and I understand that previously we were going to do a review, but it was not an audit per se because we were not auditing against something specific. And I was wondering if you had any update on that, if we will, in fact, be if we will have a more formal audit regarding our budget process and the things that were discussed in previous meetings.
Committee Chair Deschel, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So there was a general review, and our chief audit executive, which is outsourced to Ruben Brown, is working with Doug McLeod and his team. I'm looking at Doug to keep me honest, on implementing different standards, including the GFAOB accounting standards. And if there is a deviation from the chief audit executive's recommendation, that is being reported to the board, to the audit committee for a discussion on why or why not, just so that we are all in the loop on why those changes are being made. In concert with that, the finance committee has on their work plan revisions to the fiscal policy, which includes the budget and the way in which it is supposed to be prepared, and the Goldilocks effect, as this has been described ad nauseum in this room. And so to answer your question, in one sense, we are using a third. So the internal audit is based on the internal auditing standards. We worked with Ruben Brown and Doug and his team to say, look, there's the GFAOB standards, which are the government finance accounting officers. Yes, thank you, Mr. McLeod, always helping me with my financial acronyms. So there is that standard against which it is being audited. It did not feel like a prudent use of public dollars or time to audit against a fiscal policy that was about to change. However, going forward, and just as a note, we will be reviewing our internal audit plan to plan for the next set of internal audits in Q4 of this year. I just want to flag for directors that Q4 is very busy with performance review, budget, and other matters. So to the extent you have some free time and you're thinking about audit and what you'd like to see from the internal audit, please feel free to share that. As I think we will also probably be conducting an enterprise risk assessment to help inform that process. So hopefully that answers your question, which is to directly answer it, no. However, there are a number of processes against which next year we should be able to audit to have a more thorough investigation there.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Director Broom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Is the entire internal audit function now contracted out? I know, in the past, we had a one-person in-house staff, and they never could catch up with what they needed to do. And so the question is now, do we still have unfilled staff members, or is it all just contracted out?
Committee Chair, would you like to address that?
Yeah, to my knowledge, as of this moment, we contract out to Ruben Brown as our chief audit executive, and they have a team who staffs this. I will defer to counsel or Charlene Pileggi or Doug McLeod on someone else on unfilled positions and whether that is a posted position.
Yes, thank you. I see Mr. McLeod has been up here. Thank you. Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Excuse me. No, we do not have any internal audit staff currently. It is all outsourced, as Director Deschel mentioned. They have a much broader range of teams and expertise within their regional firm at Ruben Brown. They're a nationwide firm, and so we've been able to leverage some of that expertise rather than hiring full-time professionals such as IT professionals, safety professionals, et cetera, within that discipline.
Thank you. Director Ruscia, please.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to make sure that I understood Chair Deschel correctly. So a decision was made that we were not going to have an audit. We were going to assess against a standard to make recommendations. So essentially nothing has changed from that meeting to this point. I just want to make sure that that's what I heard. There is not an audit. And then I guess my question is, who makes that? This is a process question, and maybe I'm not familiar enough with the charter. Who makes that call if someone flags an issue and and I guess I would just say, given that, there were emails back and forth about concerns I had, and I also shared with Ruben Brown, is that something we can share with audit committee?
Committee Chair.
Yeah, so I think it's unfair to say nothing has happened. We actually did convene an entire group, the entire audit committee met to discuss this point. I'll defer to Doug on the actual process improvements that are being put in place. Before doing so, just to make sure we're not jumping back and forth, to quickly address process, in our contract with Ruben Brown, we have a certain number of ad hoc audit hours or management request hours. So we actually initially did discuss, I as the chair of the audit committee, and spoke with the audit committee as well, and then met individually with Doug McLeod, as well as the Ruben Brown team, to discuss what is the best use of this time, what is the best use of these funds. And what we decided to do is, instead of going through an audit against a process that is about to change, it was more prudent to look at industry best practices, evaluate what we are and are not going to implement while we're building the process, and then report back out to the committee, so that going forward, there is a process against which something can be audited for compliance with that. But I'll defer to Doug with the other changes that are coming out. I know a number of them were more internal.
Mr. McLeod, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McLeod, Chief Financial Officer. The only thing that I would add is within the scope of the Office of the State Auditor's audit that's ongoing, it includes looking at the budget, and I cannot divulge any of those details until they present their draft report at the end of the end of May 29th. There will be an executive session, and there will be additional information about what they have looked at the OSA for our budgeting and financial planning processes.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod.
Excuse
Yeah,
me, Mr.
Director
Chair.
Ruscia, yep, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I just, we don't need to beat the dead horse, but when we talk about audit, generally we're talking about a potential risk or identified risk. And I think, as Director Tisdale mentioned, we need to make sure we communicate. I asked the question in the follow-up because I had not been communicated with since I raised these issues. I think very diligently and respectfully on March 5th. So I guess it sounds like there is just an opportunity that I could just send that to the OSA, and that might have already been covered in the ongoing audit. But in case something was missed, then we have, again, an opportunity for process improvement. It's not an attack on staff. It's about, ensuring that we're doing our best. So I will yield, but again, there is a difference between adopting a set of best practices by one standard and then auditing and assessing a risk. And I understand people might disagree if there was a risk, but I do appreciate Mr. McLeod clarifying where we are with the OSA, and I also appreciate staff's attention to the matter and the grace that they've shown in the last several months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Committee Chair Deschel, for the report. We're going to move on to our next report. I'm going to ask that if there are committee report questions, we hold those until the end of other matters to see what time we have. Or also, of course, directors are always welcome to attend the committees. So with that, I'd like to call upon Committee Chair Tisdale for anything he would like to report for his committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Finance and Planning Committee met on April 16. Our report is found at page 20 of the board packet. The highlight of the meeting was the semi-annual presentation by the Leeds Business School at CU of their sales and use tax forecast. The Mesabi contract proposal or recommended action that is before you tonight was presented and approved, and there was discussion about the continuing efforts to achieve the Goldilocks effect that we have talked about as to budget preparation and reporting. I will simply highlight here in May at our meeting, we will be addressing TABOR. We'll be addressing the return on investment dashboard that we are seeking to develop, and we'll be beginning the discussion on fiscal policy, and I am happy to respond to any questions during now, if it's the chair's pleasure, or in other matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes
Thank you,
my
Committee
report.
Chair. Yes, I'd like to just hold any committee questions for other matters, if that's okay. And I will now call on Committee Chair Whitmore for anything he would like to report.
Yes, briefly, Mr. Chair, thank you for the recognition. You all heard earlier, we had a presentation on the April 7th A-line issue from the same gentleman and others, and probably as robust of a conversation that evening for those of you that weren't there as tonight. A lot of ground covered on that matter. Secondly, we unanimously approved the Allied Universal Services third option, and that is on the consent agenda in a few minutes. We had 3 really good presentations, important presentations, an HR update by Ms. Peligi, the 23 safety performance review, Mr. McLean, and facility fleet transition update by Mr. Worthen. We have a full agenda coming up on May 15, which is a Wednesday. We are back to Wednesdays. We just had that one aberration for Thursday due to activities at the state legislature. That's all I have at this moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Committee Chair Whitmore. I'll now turn to Performance Committee. Committee Chair Catlin, do you have anything to report?
Just briefly, we have been working with GM CEO Johnson and John McKay to try and distill some of the metrics that were discussed at our board retreat for performance. And we're still in the process of doing that due to some of the other activities that were taking place down at the legislature that occupied key staff. We weren't quite ready yet. We last met on April 22nd and agreed that we needed a little bit more time before we could proceed. So the Performance Committee meeting that was scheduled originally for May 6th has now been moved to May 13th, at which point we will have some more information available and things for the committee to look at, in hopes that we will be ready for the May board meeting.
Thank you, Committee Chair Catlin. We'll now move to the approval of our meeting, board meeting minutes and committee reports. The board and committee minutes were included in the board packet. Are there any corrections from directors for the minutes to be approved this evening? Seeing none, unless there's any objection to considering the minutes all at the same time, may I please have a motion to approve the minutes for the following meetings: March 26th, 2024 board meeting, April 1st, 2024 Performance Committee, April 11th, 2024 Audit Committee, April 16th, 2024 Special Board Meeting, April 16th, 2024 Finance and Planning Committee, April 18th, 2024 Operations and Safety Committee, April 25th, 2024 Executive Committee.
Move to approve.
Second.
I heard Tisdale as the movant, and I heard Broom as the second. Is there any? I will correct the record to Bouquet. I misheard as the second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Are there any no votes on the action? All right. Seeing none, with 15 aye and 0 no and 0 abstentions, that motion will pass. We'll now move to the chair's report. I have a few things to touch upon. There's been quite a bit of recent interest in transit on the part of our state partners, our city and county partners, and especially at the legislature. So this has been quite the opportunity to meet with folks and talk about RTD. As is probably no surprise, I have taken this opportunity at every chance I get to talk about not only some of the legislative matters that have been being considered, but also some of the issues that are facing RTD, including the challenges that our workforce continues to face in the field and regarding our workforce shortages, as well as talking about our financial position, specifically the Tabor exemption expiration coming this year, our short-term financial position being strong, but our long-term financial position being far from certain, and in fact forecasting shortfalls. Describing our funding profile, how we're funded as compared to other agencies and what is possible. Describing some of the recent successes that our agency has been able to achieve, most notably the reduction in our fares for the first time in agency history, as well as Zero Fare for Youth, which has been a successful and exciting pilot program, as well as some of our current focuses, such as making sure that we are back to basics, taking care of the system that the public has invested in. Sharing that information has triggered some more interest to learn more about that information. So I've had the opportunity since we last met in this last month to share a presentation of that nature, sharing those topics with the Metro Mayor's Caucus, with the DRCOG Board of Directors, with the Metro Area County Commissioners, with the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners, with the Northwest Chamber Alliance, with the Colorado Chamber of Commerce, with the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce, with the Broomfield City Council, with the Longmont Transportation Advisory Board, with several meetings of mayors throughout all of District I, with many of you, and with myriad legislators at the Capitol interested in these topics. Some of the key takeaways that I have, despite the tenor of a lot of the communications around RTD, particularly in the media right now, we have quite a few supporters. There are a lot of people rooting for us, and as is often the case, the loudest voices that we hear are the ones that are most interesting to listen to and oftentimes the ones detracting. The work that this agency is doing, 3,000 people, almost none of which who are in this room right now, is remarkable, difficult, and is stressful at this time. I was reminded of how many industries continue to be stressed right now when I, at my work conference, was at a healthcare industry event that interestingly was legislative focused near the Capitol right here in Denver. We're not the only industry that's feeling this pain. There are many that are, but I think our team has been working together, sticking together, and trying to make the right moves in the right direction. I am tremendously grateful for our team for having that impression. Again, it does not always get heard. It is often behind closed doors that people are sharing their sympathies and their excitement around what we are doing as an agency, and unfortunately, those voices are not always elevated. So I wanted to make sure to elevate those, and likewise, I want to encourage directors. We are coming up, as Finance and Planning Committee Chair Tisdale alluded to, we will be looking at some of the polling results that we received regarding a potential looking at Tabor and what might be possible in terms of asking the voters. I had shared that with the board. For those of you that have not seen that, the top line data is very promising. RTD is on the favorable side of overall favorability among those that were polled. In addition, we had very positive data suggesting that voters have an appetite to help this agency with its financial situation. So again, sometimes we don't get to hear these things, but seeing the data sure is powerful. So I thank everybody across this nearly 3,000 person agency for being part of something that has led the public to see this as an opportunity to help RTD with its finances. We will review those details in committee. This board will have a number of things to consider, and I call upon directors to go out and communicate with all stakeholders and with members of the public regarding our financial position, regarding our needs, regarding the needs of our workforce, elevating the voices of the 3,000 people who work at this agency. I am committed to working with board staff, with the board here, to share some of the materials that I have been using. I'd be remiss if I did not thank many people on our staff. A particular shout out to Mr. Stuart Summers for helping create some of the materials, Mr. Michael Davies for helping to synthesize some of those. We can certainly work together to synthesize these, bring them together, consolidate them, and share them with directors as a toolkit as we prepare for a year ahead. We've been in the news a lot lately, but we have to stay focused on delivering reliable transit, stay focused on the job, regardless of what happens in the next week and a half at the legislative session. I just remind every director to keep everything in its individual silo, each bill in its individual silo, each task in its individual silo, and collectively look at the greater mission here, particularly as we head into a time when this board, leveraging the fact that we do have 15 elected officials, need to be engaging with their communities to share very, very important information, particularly if we are to contemplate down the road referring a ballot measure to the ballot. So with that, that concludes the report that I have this evening. And again, I thank you all for your collaboration and participation in this great mission of making lives better through connections. Moving on to the next portion of our agenda, we do not have a general manager and CEO report, or general manager's report at this time, as our general manager and CEO, Deborah Johnson, is on much-deserved paid time off today, and therefore we will pass this portion of the agenda. However, we will hear all the more details from general manager and CEO Johnson when she is present at our May board meeting. With that, we'll move to the unanimous consent portion of our agenda. There are 2 items on the unanimous consent agenda, actions A and B. Those items are the mobile ticketing and account-based ticketing contract extension and the Allied Universal Security Services Contract third option year. Does anyone have a change would anyone like to pull anything from the unanimous consent? Director Rosenthal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull the ABT Masabi contract for very brief discussion.
Okay, we will pull that. Any other comments?
Allied Universal as well, please.
Okay, we will pull all from unanimous consent. With that, we'll move to the recommended action portion of the agenda. I will go ahead and start with item A that was previously on the unanimous consent agenda. This is the mobile ticketing and account-based ticketing contract extension. This is for the Board of Directors to approve a 2-year contract extension with Masabi LLC, Masabi, to continue providing the software and support necessary for the mobile ticketing and account-based ticketing, or ABT, fare collection system.
So moved.
Second.
Tisdale is the movement. The second was Rosenthal. At this time, I will open up for questions and ask any staff member that might be here to be available. If you could just approach and be ready for questions. Director Rosenthal, given that this was at your request, I'll go ahead and turn to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So actually just one question. As was brought up earlier by someone, Mr. Bamber, in the public discussion phase, there was a question about whether we can do tapping of credit cards on our readers for passengers getting on the bus. And so I noticed from the Board of Directors report that the system is both scalable and allows for modifications. And so I'm wondering, is this a possibility to be included as we go forward during this contract period? And then also what costs may be incurred in order to adapt to the new system? Do we need new readers? Do we need software changes? Are there costs related to, like, for example, Visa and MasterCard, et cetera, that would be additional? So I know that's sort of a multi-pronged question.
Thank you. Is that Mr. McLeod? Would you like to address that?
Thank you. Yes, Doug McLeod, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you for the question, Director Rosenthal. Yes, it does have the capability to add that functionality in the current Masabi ABT system with both the validators and the back-end system. We have looked at that in the past as a potential future enhancement to the system. There are several potential obstacles to that. Time is one. Money is not a big concern because it's really programming. One of the things that we'd like to do over this 2-year extension is really investigate some enhancements to the ABT system, having just gone through a fare study and equity analysis. One of the obstacles with, at least historically, with tap to pay functionality for transit agencies has been there hasn't been widespread adoption of tap to pay cards by customers or the general public. Last I heard, it was approximately 25% of cardholders have tap to pay functionality, and I'm not sure how many of them actually use it. One of the obstacles to having that is if the tap to pay does not work on our validators, there is not currently another option short of going to a ticket vending machine and purchasing a ticket manually, a paper ticket. So in the event somebody has already paid at one validator with their credit card with tap to pay, they should get a free transfer at the next validator. If it doesn't work, they would have to go purchase a second ticket. So part of it is integrating the full fare system so that it accepts tap to pay. There's potential for other enhancements as well that we're also looking at. In the near term, we're really looking regarding fare system, looking at replacing our ticket vending machines, of which we have 173. The issue there is they are not payment card industry compliant. That's our most immediate concern, is to get those replaced. So instead of the swipe cards, they're no longer PCI compliant. It's the enter the card so it reads the chip. So we want to convert to those in the next 18 months, as well as evaluate the overall ABT system during this extension period. So they kind of coincide timing wise.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Thank you, Director Rosenthal. Director Ruscia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also going to ask to pull this off consent as well. I have two questions. The first is, it was raised in committee, I raised this, if our vendor would be able to comply with House Bill 211110, which requires this agency to ensure that all of our digital communications are essentially WOGK compliant and sets a higher standard than what is required under federal law. And I might have misinterpreted staff's response, but I thought we would get a follow-up before this board meeting. And so I'm wondering if someone has been able to appropriately investigate that before we take a vote.
General Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Melanie Snyder, General Counsel. I will, with GM and CEO Johnson out right now, the intent of staff is to confer with her and get a response back. But staff is very well aware of that legislation and the recent regulations, and that there will be a response back to the board.
Thank you, General Counsel. Director Ruscia?
Yes. My understanding is that we have a contract pending before the board for a vote this evening, but there is a potential legal question in which we will not get a response until after we have co-signed off on said contract. So the follow-up to that, if I may, Mr. Chair, would be, what is there harm in laying this over until next month, and we can get that response to ensure we are compliant with the Colorado Laws for Persons with Disabilities Act?
General Counsel Snyder, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. To be clear, there aren't any concerns with our compliance with the bill that you're reflecting. It's just a matter of time to get that detailed information back to the board, but staff doesn't have concerns with compliance.
Thank you, General Counsel. Director Ruscia?
With all due respect to staff, without having seen that data and that assessment, because that is a very specific process, I'm going to have to be a no tonight. I'm just not comfortable moving forward, considering the potential risks to the agency if we're not in compliance with the law. So thank you for that. And then I actually did, if I may, sir, I did have a question, and it arose in, I think, Mr. McLeod's initial response. And I want to make sure I understood correctly that the timeline for ensuring PCI compliance, did you say that was 18 months?
Mr. McLeod?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Approximately 18 months for the procurement, selection of a vendor, negotiation, manufacturing, and installation. RTD has been working with the state of Colorado for several months, as well as Wells Fargo, our commercial banking entity that we contract with. And both parties are well aware of our PCI noncompliance, and we've made several steps towards PCI compliance with ticket vending machines, being the only remaining PCI non-compliant fare system, fare equipment that RTD has.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod.
Okay, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I wasn't expecting PCI compliance to come up in this conversation, and I just wanted clarification. Is that related to this contract, or is it just related to our overall system as to what we're moving towards? And I guess I would add on to that. I would appreciate perhaps if staff could just issue a memo related to PCI compliance and give us a little bit more detail, because it is a consumer protection and data protection issue. But now I'm confused if this is related to this specific contract or just overall agency plans. Thank you.
Director Ruscia, I'd be happy to follow up with staff afterwards to determine what we might do in that regard. It doesn't sound like this will influence your vote. Is that correct?
No, I don't think it will influence my vote, but I don't know if it would influence the vote of my colleagues either. I don't know if you may rule me out of order, Mr. Chair. I am now further confused if this contract if we have more than one legal issue with this potential contract, but we may go ahead and proceed with the vote if no one has any
Given
other
it's just
questions.
a compliance question, I just let General Counsel, is there anything you'd want to weigh in on, or Mr. McLeod? Mr. McLeod, please go ahead.
Thank you. Doug McLeod. No, there are no PCI compliance issues with this particular contract. I was simply referring to the coordination of future plans of the entire fare system, where the PCI issues are contained only with the ticket vending machines, which are separate from the Misabi contract.
Thank you for the clarification. Not seeing other hands raised from directors, given that we do have a no vote, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. Treasurer Bouquet.
Yes.
Director Broom.
Yes.
Director Busick. Director Busick. Okay. First Vice Chair Catlin.
Yes.
Director Deschel.
Yes, and I'll note for the record, Director Busick gave an affirmative thumbs up.
Oh, thank you, Director Busick. I record that as a yes. I just missed seeing the screen. Second Vice Chair Geisinger.
Yes.
Secretary Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yes.
Director Lewis.
Yes.
Director Rosenthal.
Yes.
Director Ruscia.
No.
Director Sloan.
Yes.
Director Tisdale.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
This is Chair Eric Davidson. I am a yes. That is 14 yes votes with 1 no. We'll now move on to our next recommended action. This is item B, the Allied Universal Security Services Contract, third option year. This is for the Board of Directors to authorize the General Manager and CEO, GM CEO, or her designee to execute the third and final option year of the existing security services contract with Allied Universal Security Services, or AUS, including amendments discussed below, for a total cost not to exceed $21,012,715 US dollars. I will now go ahead and open up for questions.
So moved.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Yeah,
Second.
Tisdale. Who was the second? I had second as Tisdale, Whitmore as a second. Thank you very much. We will now open up for some questions. Please focus those questions on things that will influence your decision on the item. Director Deschel, you asked to pull this from unanimous consent, so I will recognize you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more so of a comment for my colleagues. I've made the comment each time this contract has come up for renewal, which is that Allied Universal is regularly in the news for not necessarily the best reasons, including a pretty public issue and claim against a customer here at RTD. I do believe this contract should have been put back out to bid. I do want to note and want to commend Dr. Fitzgerald on the work that his team has done. We've seen a sizable decrease in complaints, sizable increase in compliments. And I do want to note that in staffing out the force. I just also want to note, as recently as last October, Allied Universal entered into a conciliation agreement with the U.S. Department of Labor. Part of this might be the line of work that they're in. I just again raised that I believe this should have been put out for a bid, and as a result, I am a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Deschel. Appreciate the comments and clarity there. Director Rosenthal, did I see your hand? Okay, great. No hand raised. Director Ruscia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want, I really appreciate what Director Deschel just stated. I was very conflicted in committee. I just wanted to just share in advance, I will be a no vote tonight. I also recognize the situation we're in with staffing. But I would be remiss if I did not note we had a 900% increase in Title VI complaints just a few years ago. And I again recognize the staffing situation we're in. So it is no disrespect to staff or Dr. Chief Fitzgerald, but I am a no vote tonight. And I just wanted to say on the record why, and just again express that I recognize the situation we're in.
Thank you. Secretary Guzman.
I'll be quick. Thank you. Chief People Officer Pelleggi provided us with an updated information about the staffing of the RTD Police Department. Ding. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to the police department first and foremost, because the work that they are doing has shown great improvement. The SEPTED steps that we are taking, breaking the district down into sectors, thank you, and providing a closer eye to what's going on has given an impact. But I also want to be very clear, and I brought this up in our meeting. For those of you that were not there, I'm going to repeat it here. When I have been to the Federal and Decatur station, one of the most problematic stations that we have in my district, very popular, lots goes on there, different things have happened. And this is no disrespect to the police department, but when I show up over there, the people that I see clearing out situations, ensuring safety, making sure that the public good is going are the folks that we are contracting with right now. When I'm in Union Station, I see a mix. When I'm on the buses, running to different parts of town, and I'm entering from a bus to a train station, I see how this contract does indeed affect, support, and help our police department while we are in a growing stage. And I think it is really important to recognize that. I have expressed directly to the chief and to the police department officers before that I am concerned about the treatment of folks in our system, whatever their color of skin, their religious belief, their mental situation. We're also doing that work as well. PBS just published an amazing article about some of the mental health outreach and the community work that we are doing. If you haven't seen that, please find it and review it. It's really important work. And that's happening through the same police department that we have. With the help of our Chief People Officer and the Chief of Police, I think it's really important that we support them in this decision and extend this contract so we can fill out our police department, support them, and continue to do the work that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Director Lewis.
Yes, you know, safety has to be at least in our top 3 things that we need to address. I noticed in the second quarter, you're going to start reducing the amount of this particular contract. Just want to make sure that we keep balance with that because people are seeing a difference. We need to make sure we backfill that as quickly as possible. I know we're adding traditional police officers and reducing this staff, so we just have to make sure that that number matches up in that second quarter where we're not having a net loss because your presence is really important, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sloan.
Right. Just briefly, and I want to echo the Secretary's remarks about the improvement in RTD property. Just the last meeting, it was kind of a cold, windy night. I was waiting in Union Station for the last train of the night at midnight. And I got to watch the Allied officers gently asking each person in the chairs what were their traveling plans that evening and talking to them. I also saw one help a person up the stairs to leave the station. All of it was done in a really commendable way. I know there have been problems in the past, but the improvement is noticeable and impressive.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Director Lewis, did you, oh, okay, sorry, just my hand up. Yeah, thank you very much. And you know, I mentioned at the beginning in my chair's report there the number of meetings that I've been to. I will say that pertinent to this, to echo, you know, some of the comments that have made, particularly at the metro area county commissioners, there were rave reviews. These are elected officials that are hearing very frequently from constituents about challenges that they encounter on the system. And there was particularly some thank yous for everything that the agency is doing right now and how we're working together. So thank you for that, and thank you for those comments. I think we're always on this mission of improvement, and this is one of those areas I got to hear great feedback, and I wish everybody here could be present for that, but thank you very much. With those comments being made and not seeing any questions, I'm going to go ahead and call for a roll call vote, given that I did hear that there are some no's. I will again go through these, starting with Treasurer Bouquet.
Yes.
Director Broom.
Yes.
Director Busick. I see the yes. We're not hearing you, Director Busick. Just thumbs up the, yeah, thank you. First Vice Chair Catlin.
Yes.
Director Deschel.
No.
Second Vice Chair Geisinger.
Yes.
Secretary Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yes.
Director Lewis.
Yes.
Director Rosenthal.
Yes.
Director Ruscia.
No.
Director Sloan.
Yes.
Director Tisdale.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
This is Chair Eric Davidson speaking. I am also a yes. That is 13 yes votes and 2 no votes, with the no's being Director Deschel and Director Ruscia. Thank you very much. We will now move on to our third and final recommended action. This is item C, a bylaw amendment to change the name of the Operations and Safety Committee. This is for the Board of Directors to amend Article 6, Committees of the Board, Section 1, Standing Committees, Paragraph E, to change the name of the Operations and Safety Committee to the Operations, Safety, and Security Committee, and for the Board of Directors to amend Article 4, Meetings, Section 2, Standing Committee Meetings, to reflect the name change. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Busick, so moved.
I had Whitmore as the movant, and I had Busick as the second, who we can now hear.
You can hear me. Yay. Aren't you lucky?
All right, is there any discussion on this motion? Yes, Director Tisdale.
Mr. Chairman, just one editorial change that I think we ought to insert for the Board of Directors to amend the bylaws at Article 6 and so forth. It doesn't say what we're amending. It just gives references to articles and sections. So to amend the bylaws at Article 6, et cetera.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. I don't think we have a problem proceeding with it yet, as long as we make that clerical adjustment. Thank you for the change. Director Deschel, please.
Yeah, one other clerical, Section 6, Article 6, Section 1E. We changed Operations Safety and Security Committee in the title, but the same change on the red line does not flow through to the initial sentence. I don't know if you need a formal amendment or if that is clerical enough to change, but if we could make sure that that gets picked up throughout.
General Counsel, can we make the clerical adjustment without an amendment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Deschel. Director Ruscia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a comment. I do think that words matter, and if you look at our bylaws and what operations and safety covers, and if I could, I'll just read it for the record, for those who are listening to us via audio. The Operations and Safety Committee is responsible for all operational matters, including all contracted and non-contracted bus, rail, paratransit, and microtransit services, as well as safety and security matters. And I guess I would just like further explanation from the proponents of this name change as to the rationale behind it. My fear is that when we start making committee names bigger, we might be sending a signal about what we're leaving out. And my concern is and so I would just like to better understand just the rationale for this, because it's a little unusual if you look at our naming conventions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the rationale largely involves that the committee has been receiving the regular security updates as well as addressing security matters. For example, the Allied Universal Security Services contract in its third-year option. I think this is mostly to do with the fact that it's acknowledging the matters that are coming before the committee is inclusive of not just operations and safety, but also security. But I'm happy to open the floor if the committee chair, committee vice chair, or board office manager would like to make a comment. I do see committee chair Whitmore if you'd like.
Well, I will certainly have Vice Chair weigh in because it looks like he's ready. But yeah, basically it's what our esteemed chair has said. When we spend lots of hours and revenue in addressing a huge concern of the agency, and especially those in the suburban districts who have riders that have had less than stellar experiences, not less than 2 years ago at Union Station or multiple stops. It just felt like our emphasis and this transition that we've talked about was worthy of having that in a committee name to make sure that the riding public and those officials that we talked to, as more eloquently described by our board chair, know that that is a priority. Obviously, the titles can't have every item on there, but the agendas can, and they should. So that was the thought, and I think if we get too lengthy, we have then the propensity to change it to acronyms, and acronyms don't communicate very well to the writing public except for a handful of us. So that's my only concern. Is it a huge deal, a sword to die on? No, but I think it is an improvement, and I defer to my vice chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes, just quick comments. Great question, Director Arisha, and thank you, chairs, for addressing this. There's sometimes a misconception between safety and security. And I think that's why we wanted to put such an emphasis on it, and that's why we're such, well, myself being a proponent of it, is a lot of folks that I speak to say my personal safety is in danger compared to, or is it your security ultimately? When you're riding on our system, when you're riding on the E-line, is it the safety of the vehicle, compared to the security of unwanted behavior that is on the system itself? And I think that's why there's such an emphasis on the difference of what is safety versus what is security. As our GM and CEO has stated several times, there is a difference. And that's why we're pushing so hard with this. I 100% agree that these are basically going to be umbrella terms for a wide range of subjects that we're going to cover. And we don't want to, leave anything out when it comes down to it. But the big emphasis that I saw it as is the difference of safety versus security. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did see, Mr. Worthen, you had raised your hand. If you'd like to speak, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. Just from a little historical perspective, safety and security used to be housed underneath of a single department. Our CEO and General Manager, Deborah Johnson, made a cognitive decision to divide the two for just the reason that Director Bouquet has mentioned, that we want to have a separate emphasis on safety versus security. And I think her efforts to improve our security are well brought forth by the way she has reorganized our policing and our allied services contract, and the emphasis she has on separating the two out.
Thank you, Mr. Worthen. Director Arisha, does that answer your question?
It does. I just had a comment before we proceed.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So I did dialogue with the chair of our committee earlier today and just expressed how I was struggling with this. And this, I think, could also fall under the work plan update. But my perspective, just as a outsider, a constituent, excuse me, and then being as a member of this body, is that we have not paid enough attention to ADA and paratransit issues in this committee. There's absolutely a distinction between safety and security, and I've often felt that we are not giving safety its due course either. In our last meeting, when we had our annual safety presentation, I was urged multiple times to hurry up my questions, even though this is something that we do have some oversight of under federal law. And so I'm just going to abstain on this vote, but I would just kindly ask staff and the chair of the board, and I'm sure, and I know that our chair and vice chair of the committee will just take my concerns into consideration related to paratransit and ADA matters, and that we make room on our agendas for that. And, with the elimination of the Civil Rights Committee, we don't even have a standing committee for Title VI either. So I know we went to a small committee structure for a reason. I do sometimes wonder that we're trying to get too much done in a short amount of time, and we inadvertently, although we have good intentions, end up leaving key things out that do impact our customers. So I'm going to abstain for the reasons I stated. It's not a matter of disrespect, and I completely understand where the committee is coming from. But I will offer this: if we are OSS, well, we're the OS committee, and I can't see everyone in the boardroom, but I hope I at least elicited a chuckle. Thank you.
Director Ruscia, I thank you for the comments. I will record you as an abstention when we go there. Assume there's a conflict of interest that we wouldn't ask to disclose. It's my understanding, General Counsel, if you'd like to weigh in just on a reminder for directors about abstentions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Melanie Snyder, General Counsel. So typically, it's been this board's custom and practice that directors don't abstain unless they have a conflict of interest. And if there's a plan to abstain, you do that at the outset and don't engage and participate in the conversation and discussion on a matter. Certainly no one can force a director to take any kind of action. So I think that's all I have to add.
Thank you for the reminder, and Director Ruscia, I'll call for a roll vote, and we'll record you as you state. Secretary Guzman, please.
Just a real quick note for the record. Thank you to the board office staff. I believe it was Taishrei that put the bylaws into the correct and current format for RTD, so we are aligned in one RTD. It's a lot of work to do this. I've done it recently with other groups, and I just wanted to make sure that we recognize that. And with that, can I call the question, please?
I don't think we'll need to do that we don't have to vote. So I'm not seeing any other hands, and thank you. Echo your sentiments to Taishrei. I'll call for the roll vote, please. Not seeing any other hands. Treasurer Bouquet.
Yes.
Director Broom.
Yes.
Director Busick.
Yes.
First Vice Chair Catlin.
Yes.
Director Deschel.
Yes.
Second Vice Chair Geisinger.
Yes.
Secretary Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yes.
Director Lewis.
Yes.
Director Rosenthal.
Yes.
Director Ruscia.
I will vote yes.
Director Sloan.
Yes.
Director Tisdale.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
This is Chair Eric Davidson speaking. I am also a yes. That is 15 yes votes, which is unanimous with 0 no votes. Thank you very much. We will now move on to our discussion items. There are 3 discussion items on the agenda this evening. The first is our draft property and station naming policies. At this time, I'd like to hand the floor over to Mr. Jack Kroll, the Board Office Executive Manager, to please introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. This is Jack Kroll, Executive Manager of the Board Office. Before you all, you see the work product of Director Sloan, myself, and Michael Davies. We also worked along the way with Director Ruscia on this item. We attempted, as per your request back in January, to review the existing station naming policies and then provide some clarity and direction on how to coalesce those existing policies into one document, and then also offer some suggestions on how this board would go about embracing the opportunity to rename properties or stations after individuals. This, as you may recall, was in part influenced by a letter you all received from many members of the Colorado General Assembly, encouraging you all to strongly consider renaming Civic Center Station in honor of Wade Blank. So that's a bit of the background. I did neglect to include in the board packet the 3 previous board actions on this, but those were in 1994, 2003, and 2011, and I did email those out to you all. They were included in the January discussion item, but not for this one. We reviewed those, and we've made some proposals which were included in the board packet. We have a strong focus on collaboration with the community, a strong focus on a process that's defensible, and a strong focus on ensuring that you receive input from staff around cost and timing before making any consideration to a name change. The plan from here, based off of the feedback we would receive, is to meet again. I just calendared a meeting for us later this week, and then bring back proposals on 2 items for you all in May. One would be an overarching property and station naming policy. The other would be a subset of that, which outlines the processes and procedures for naming a station after an individual group or event. And with that, I think I've appropriately framed this conversation, and I'm open to any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kroll, and thank you for the work on this. It's been a lot of work, I know, and pulling this together. Really appreciate that, and certainly appreciate the presentation that you provided to the executive committee. I certainly welcome all directors to review that recording. It was not only a comprehensive overview, but we did also have some dialogue and provided some feedback to Mr. Kroll. With that being said, at this point, I will open up for questions for Mr. Kroll regarding the draft property and station naming policies. Secretary Guzman.
So, yes, review the previous conversation. It's important. There's a lot in there. But I do have a question about the costs of doing this. Like, what is the real cost of doing something like this? Considering that we have to rename the football stadium, well, I'll say it that way, every time a new person puts their name on it. We have a sign shop. A lot of this is technological now. There is printing costs involved, and I understand that piece, but what is the real cost of this? Do we have any estimation of what it would be? Because this seems really cumbersome for a good reason. It also creates a barrier for a good reason, but we also need to remember we need to focus on transit, and naming things is not necessarily transit when we can locate them geographically in a certain region. So I do see we're trying to thread a needle here, but can you speak to that in some way? Is there some answer there?
I'll give some basic insights and then defer to Mr. Worthern if he has any further insights. You know, in our review of other agency policies, Houston Metro just sort of set a blanket cost, and I believe, my memory serves me correctly, they just assumed any station renaming would be $500,000. That is a number I presume they developed out of, you know, a lot of reason and research on their end. If you think about it, there are a number of things that would need to be done. You got to change the headers on your buses. You've got to change all of your schedules, both digitally and in print. If you have signage, physical signage at the station, you need to change that out. So there's labor involved, there's sign costs involved, and actually capital costs involved in actually switching those things over. I think the way we've designed the procedures and the process here, though, is that would be a distinct step in this process, and you all would not consider any renaming until you had an exact, maybe not an exact, but a pretty confident estimate of what that would cost to redo.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Secretary. Okay, Director Tisdale, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. 2 thoughts. First of all, I would note that the timeline proposed says we could come back in May with the draft protocols. There is no rush on this item. It is not something that is time sensitive, and therefore I think that it would behoove us to take another month or two to look at it further. That is not to say I'm opposed to the idea. In fact, I would like to expand upon the idea, because one thing that is not addressed here that I think could be is the fact that we could monetize naming rights for stations. We have not done that. And I think of several opportunities that are present, some of which we, in fact, have talked about in the past, and that the policy associated with honorary naming is associated with also monetary naming rights, and it would behoove us to have some kind of articulation of what that is. We keep talking about revenue diversification, but the three things that we can do for revenue diversification that are the easiest, we've never talked about and never done. Increasing parking rates at the park and rides, monetizing the opportunity to name stations, and reselling the name for the A-line. So there are some opportunities for revenue diversification that have eluded us. So I think that if we took another month or so to look at this, it would be beneficial. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Mr. Cole, did you want to make any comments on?
The only thing I would add to that, and Director Sloan flagged this, I think, during the conversation in the executive committee, is that the very idea of corporate sponsorships and naming rights was something that we flagged as a group working on this, that the board should explore further as it relates to this topic. And I believe Mr. Worthen has got his hand raised too.
Thank you, Mr. Worthen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. One thing that I would like to explain to the committee too is it isn't just signage that is impacted. Also, our digital media is impacted. And by renaming and not using geographic locations, it can create barriers for individuals who are attempting to plan trips online. For example, if you use a common standard at 16th and whatever street, somebody can figure that out. But if you're using a specific name, it may be very difficult for somebody who's not familiar with the system or the area to be able to figure it out. So it may create barriers for trip planning for individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Worthen. Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Yeah, and Mr. Worthen highlighted a very important part, and in the proposal we've put forward here, the wayfinding geographic location element of any station name would remain the primary name. So as you go about, it would still remain, Civic Center Station, for example, but it would receive an honorary designation as Wade Blank, for example.
Thank you very much. Director DeShell, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I would encourage the group to, somewhere in here it says no sponsorships. I don't know that we're very far from major spends on events. We continue to see tourism be pretty big here, where someone may want to call it the RTD convention at the convention center station, right? Like, there are time-limited ones you can do digital only, which I don't want to foreclose the opportunity on. The other thing I would float for the committee's consideration is a sort of citizen initiative type to it. Whether you want to peg that to the number of signatures required to get on the board, which I believe is 250, or you want to peg that to a certain percentage of the average votes received by directors. I do think it's important, though, that the public, if this is for the public, if this is to honor the public, if this is to do it in an equitable manner, that there is a signet, if we're going to go down this route, that they similarly have an avenue other than calling us to voice their opinion and to get that, meet that threshold. It could also provide some objectivity as we're considering doing a naming even from that committee. So we just would float that for your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Kroll, please.
Yeah, the specifically hitting on the idea of the signature route, that was something that we discussed at great length as a group, and we ran into, it's not an, I want to say this clearly, I think there's probably a solution to it. We found, as we thought through it, we liked the idea, 250 sounded like a good thing, but then we got stuck on how do we solve for verifying those signatures, ensuring that those signatures were people who were Not to say that those aren't overcomable, but that's just the discussion that got us to that point.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Thank you, Director Deschel, for the comments. And Mr. Kroll, I know you're taking some of this feedback here, and we appreciate that. I know that was one of the questions at Executive Committee, was hearing that feedback and taking that in for consideration in May. So thank you. And of course, welcome directors to continue to follow up with Mr. Kroll. Director Broom, please.
Thank you. I really support naming stations by location. It helps the public. That's more important than some of these other issues. For example, if you'd have named a station downtown like Cottrell's, well, 25 years later, does anybody know what Cottrell's is or was? It's just, I mean, are you going to say, well, 50 years after somebody's died that you could rename the station because nobody knows who it was? Or I can't imagine you're going to make very much money out of naming individual stops. Now, the A train out to the airport may be an anomaly, and you might want to do that. But everybody understands, where the airport is, so you don't have to worry so much about the physical location of that particular stop. So I would really step lightly on this going forward. And I know just from past experience in naming parks and recreation facilities and so forth, this can cause a lot of hard feelings that come back to haunt you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Broom. Director Lewis?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of the renaming, obviously, because how this conversation got started with Wade Blank. But on the other hand, to quote my fellow director, this is not one of those things you fall on the sword for. One of the things I want to make sure is that we kind of restrict the number of applications per year, maybe restrict it to 5, and only reward 1 naming per year and rank the other 4. It's kind of like the Baseball Hall of Fame. You don't get in on the first ballot. Because the reason why I say this is I don't want our staff running around using valuable time on this project rather than working on transportation. So I think some kind of ranking system, and hopefully that'll take out the, opening the Pandora's box syndrome where all of a sudden everybody wants to do it. So if we restricted to 1 reward per year and rank those applications, I think that would slow things down a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Director Rosenthal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I especially would like to thank the folks who worked on this, including yourself, Directors Sloan and Rusha, and our Government Relations Officer, Michael Davies, our Board Office Executive Manager, Jack Kroll. Thank you all for your work on this. I know you had to compile a lot of different documents and information in order to really come down to both this discussion item and the presentation and proposal. And I think that this proposal doesn't set the bar too high to where there will be no applications or suggestions, and it doesn't set it too low to where we would be swamped. I like the idea, however, of how do we make sure that we are deliberative and choose well. I do, and I'm sure we could probably pick at this proposal. I do think, however, like for the process under number 1D, talking about where we would need a formal resolution of a city council or board of county commissioners supporting the name change. I would also suggest perhaps having a majority, so letters of support from a majority of those folks. So, and the reason why is because some city councils, some board of county commissioners may not have a process. It may be too difficult of a burden for them to actually create a resolution. So I would just suggesting that we would just allow for a majority of those commissioners or city council members to submit a letter of support under that 1D. And that's my only suggestion at this time. Thank you, and thank you all for your work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal. First Vice Chair Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On packet page 99, you specifically asked for feedback on 4 items. One was the composition of the review committee and whether there should be director involvement at that stage. My personal opinion is there probably should not be director involvement at that stage. Whether to require a 2/3 or a simple majority vote, I think that since this is pretty significant, I'm in support of a 2/3 majority vote. The third one is one that I'm particularly keen on, and that is to develop a rubric for the committee to use in evaluating proposed honorary names. And I think that's very important, and that's one where I think we need to really be deliberate in that effort and come back with a rubric that provides for consistency and we can communicate to the public. And then I think the proposed requirements to submit an honorary naming proposal need to be pretty stringent. I think that people have to be very thoughtful and deliberate when they submit something. This is serious, and I just don't want it to be too easy that we can just get anything thrown our way. So those are my points on the specific feedback that you asked for. Thank you. And by the way, I want to echo other directors, and this is good work. I was really impressed with what we saw at the executive committee, and especially all the research with the other agencies and what other people are doing. This is really good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, First Vice Chair. Director Rusha, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there was anyone else in the queue, I can wait until the end because I was part of the internal process.
It's just you. You can go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I just wanted to first say thank you to our chair for allowing us to engage and do this work. I actually did bring up the rubric in our internal process, and so I'm pleased to hear that other directors had flagged that as well in executive and in this session. I think it is really important, just as a matter of fairness, and that rubric is decided before we change the policy, and that is also aligned with what we have outlined in why we would consider a station renaming or honorary renaming. And I also just wanted to clarify for those who weren't aware, our scope was limited to an honorary renaming. And we have other policies, I don't know if they've been circulated, regarding station naming policies. I know some emails went out earlier, but I think that our group could use another month or two, or perhaps we call an ad hoc and have a more public process so that, for expediency. I also, and this is, I was a dissenting opinion in our group in that I was worried, or I had a concern that when you compare it to our station naming policies that we have right now, this is almost too complicated. And that's when you look at just those documents side by side. And that's not a hill I'll die on or a sword I'll fall on. I'll, yield to the other directors and where we finally come down on that. But again, I do agree that this needs a little bit more work. And I also just wanted to commend staff because we were only able to meet 3 times. The second one, I was attending to a dying parent, so I couldn't attend, or the third, I couldn't attend. So we did do a lot of work in a short amount of time, and there was a lot of research and thought put into what we produced. And I think it's better to just get this right than to rush. So I just, am thank you for letting us engage in this process. And I would, concur with Director Tisdale that there is no need to rush. So if any other clarifications or feedback needs to be taken, that we just take the time to do it. This is a very this all came about because of a very heartfelt and I think well-deserved community request that was echoed by no less than I think 22 members of the legislature as well. And I would really love to see us pass a policy that is good policy, but I'd rather us be, 15-0 than just the majority it would take to pass this policy. So those were my thoughts, and I thank everyone who gave feedback, and I am more than committed to keeping working on this until we've arrived at something at which we're comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ruscha, and thank you for those who weighed in and helped on this. Mr. Kroll, thank you for soliciting the feedback here. I will continue to confer with you regarding the next steps and timing of bringing back. So thank you very much. I will now move to our next discussion item, which is the review of the 2024 committee approved work plans. I'm going to open the floor to Mr. Kroll to present the item, but I'd like to start by just thanking you, Mr. Kroll, and also thanking the entire board office, Tai Shrey and Marie and Jillian, as well as our committee chairs engaging in this process. It is a change, it is a first, and this was something that started to be talked about last year, and it's great to see this come into fruition. So with that, thank you being there. I just would like to turn over to you, Mr. Kroll.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davidson. I have a couple quick thoughts on this. The purpose of your conversation today is really to just look at these work plans and provide any comment or further suggestion on where the committee should take their work. Any changes, though, to the work plan are really something that rests with the committee chairs in consultation with their vice chair and the staff assigned to those committees. And then the final thing I'll say is it's a great first step to get these work plans out the door and agreed upon, but they are only so useful as your ability to stay committed and focused on them. They can be a really great tool to drive that. And that's not to say that things won't come up over the course of the year that you need to focus on, but they really are designed, given the process to approve them, to filter out those ideas that don't have the same level of interest from your colleagues on the board, and to keep those ideas that a lot of people are interested in. And in doing so, you've really set the expectation that you only have so much time as a group together to move the ball forward on key issues. And so you got to stay focused on these work plans to make them as useful a tool as they possibly can be.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll, for those comments. I think I'll hearty here on that. As we've refined the performance process, which continues to occur in the Performance Committee, and as we've looked at these work plans, it represents an opportunity for focus. Not only does this board have only so many hours in a day, but the entire team that we referenced earlier of the agency only has so much time to address priorities. So establishing those priorities, being clear about our board's priorities, and moving forward from there, I think are critical. So thank you. I think this is a tool in that toolbox as we refine and improve. Are there any questions from directors regarding this? Director Ruscha, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might just be more of I'll just ask the question. So sorry, I'm trying to look at two things at once here. So after our retreat, I shared the stuff I'd passed out at the retreat, related to potential work plan. And I also, refined that, and I sent that to the chairs and staff. I didn't, when that draft work plan was released to everyone, and, I saw it at the same time as the public did, it didn't include any suggestions that people might have made that were, for whatever reason, rejected by staff or chairs. And I was just kind of wondering if someone could provide insight into how that process works, because I was under the impression we would collectively decide. And again, I'm okay if the committee, didn't agree on something that I wanted to put on an agenda, but I didn't even just the report I submitted didn't make it into a packet. And it also just made me concerned. There might have been other members, whether it's this committee or another committee, who had ideas and they weren't heard. So that would, I guess, be a question. And then if I could, I did specifically ask for a special presentation from staff to focus on paratransit and ADA concerns. And I'd also suggested that we have a joint meeting with our disability advisory committees. I feel like that's something that, again, with our new committee structure, and we only have 2 major standing committees that have not received enough attention. I know there is a peer review scheduled for later, but that is a little bit different than what I had requested. So I guess I just want to put out there, of course, 3 directors can always add something to the agenda, but moving forward for process improvement, just a better understanding of how we do get something on a work plan and how those decisions are made, because ultimately we're the governing body. And I just would have liked to know why, why some of the things that I had suggested didn't make it even as a discussion item. Thank you.
Director Rusch, I'll take both of those questions and then move on in the queue. On the first question, the process certainly was at the board retreat. We discussed items to bring forward ideas, discuss those as a committee, agree upon where the priorities are, understanding that priorities can be limited. Then those came forward to the committee thereafter. There were discussions at the committee meetings, and then those committees respectively voted on their plans. I think that, certainly what we said from the beginning is that this will be, perfect being the enemy of good is important to keep in mind here. As we focus our retreats in the future, I think increasing or creating some earlier planning around the committee work plans. They were new this year, so there wasn't a lot of time to prepare for that with the retreat. But as we go into the retreat, we'll have more time to plan for those work plans and consider them, and then they will come before the full committee for approval, which did happen. And, of course, thank you for reminding us, Director Rusch, that at any point, any 3 directors can bring forward a recommended action. Regarding item 2, you have my commitment. I will confer with staff after the meeting to determine what the intersection is with respect to the peer review and other activities in flight. So I will determine what some of those activities are so that we can follow up after the meeting. I'd like to move on to some of the other directors that have had their hands raised. I'd like to go to Director Deschel, please.
Thank you. Yes. Excuse me. This is actually more of a request, which is if these work plans can be appended to each agenda so that we may better utilize the tool that's been created. I know to date they have been, but I think that's because they've always been a discussion item. But going forward, certainly on my end, on the audit side, it would be really helpful, especially, as these types of items come up where it's like, you know what, we need to come back to that. There's actually a place on here for to be scheduled pending items. And I think it would be a helpful way for the chair, for everyone to be able to keep track of all those things that we say, you know what, we really want to come back to that. And work through that. So that's just a request.
Great. Thank you, Director Deschel. I think it's a good request. Treasurer Bouquet.
Yeah, the point I was going to bring up was actually very similar to what Director Rusch brought up, and that's regarding the process of the work plans themselves. And again, like you stated, Chair, perfection is the enemy of good. First thing I would state, as you mentioned, these are working work plans. So if there's anything that wants to be added as a discussion item as directors to each of these committees, it can happen going into this year. So we aren't restricted in that space of, we can't discuss that because it's not on the work plan. So that is kind of mitigating, as we start the process, this is the first year we're doing this process, and of course there's going to be hiccups in it. I would say though, going into 2025 and the future, I believe that we should dedicate time to our beginning of the year board retreat. More time should be dedicated to discussing the work plans themselves. I personally felt rushed, as acting as the vice chair at that time, of directors didn't have an opportunity to kind of have a discussion of what policy matters do we want to go forward with. And specifically with Director Rusch, she had several policy matters or several discussion items that she wanted to see, and I wasn't getting that from other directors. And that's not a fault at all from other directors, and that's even me saying I didn't have much to come and discuss. But I think looking into the future as a board, it's not the worst idea to dedicate potentially an entire retreat for what policy matters we want to see happen with these work plans, so that the flow actually is a little bit easier and a little bit accessible for all of us as directors. And most importantly, us as directors to speak to the public and say, what are you guys hearing? What do you want us to discuss as elected officials? So I think going into the future, right now, we have enough flexibility with our current work plans where we can amend things, but going in the future, going to 2025 and beyond, I think we should have time dedicated to a whole retreat of talking of these work plans. Just one suggestion.
Thank you, Treasurer. I think I hear that loud and clear, and I do think that is a big part of the solution here that you and Director Arusha are highlighting on not only the dedicated time at the retreat, but also, as I stated, having some preparation now that we do have this as a tool available to us for the following year. Director Arusha, your hand is up. Do you have any final comments on this?
I just want to commend the Vice Chair of our committee for his comments. And I did want to just a slight correct to the record. SNO just wasn't able to move as fast as FNP during the retreat, and we did not have as much discussion time. And also in terms of the variety of topics, SNO does cover arguably a larger variety, and I think that was a challenge that we had. So I heard you, Mr. Chair, in repeating our steps, but SNO just had a slightly different process, I think, for the reasons that we've just outlined, and I appreciate Treasurer Baquet for his comments and commitment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and duly noted on the timing for the work plans at the retreat. Thank you, Mr. Kroll, for presenting this and for continuing to bring this forward. I do think it's a great idea to have these added, as Director Deschel mentioned, to help us maintain that focus. Finally, the last discussion item, again, Mr. Kroll, thank you for the patience here, is the Citizens Advisory Committee Charter. Mr. Kroll, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. This item is not dissimilar in respect to the station naming policy, in that what we're attempting to do here is, again, coalesce previous board actions that were taken with respect to the CAC and put them into one place so that you have one living document that you govern the CAC by. The brief history of the CAC is that it was created in resolution number 5 of series of 2004, which was the same resolution that referred the fast tracks ballot measure to the ballot. The original goal of the CAC was to provide input on the fast tracks project. Over time, the CAC's role has evolved. What you are seeing and considering as a discussion this month is the product of conversations ongoing between the chair, the GM, CEO, myself, and CAC leadership around what their role should be. Some key things that are changing here relative to the last time the board acted on this, which was in 2016, is to oblige you all to revisit this within a certain time frame. Some of the history of the CAC is that conversations are had, changes are made, but then no one really commits to coming back to it later. And so you're sort of left to wait for the CAC to raise its hand again and say, we need some clarification on what our role here is. It rests the power with the chair to call for membership. It's not really clear when the CAC should drive for new membership, so the chair would be vested with that power. And then it places the CAC under the auspices of the board office executive manager. And this makes a lot of sense. Previously, this had lived under communications and outreach, given the heavy focus on fast tracks. But now the committee and the Citizens Advisory Committee is being asked to provide general input across all areas of the agency. And given that this committee was created by the board, there's a good argument to be had that it should be more directly connected to the board as it does its work. And finally, work plans should work well for this full board, and it should work well for the CAC as well. So this update incorporates an ask to have the CAC develop a work plan every year based off of the work plans that you all produce for your committees, so that they're aligned in providing input and feedback on the work you all are focusing on, ensuring as much that their feedback is valued because it's timely and relative to what you all are doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kroll. Having had the opportunity to work in with you on this, thank you for the leadership in driving this and for pulling in General Manager and CEO Johnson and myself to this. I'm very supportive of these changes and appreciate you taking that on and jumping right in very early after you joined us here. Treasurer Bouquet?
Yeah, I'll make it pretty quick. So I just want to not reiterate, but put this to my other directors of there is a frustration from the CAC or CAC members, I should say, where it feels like they're doing work that's going nowhere as it currently stands. With speaking with conversations with CAC members, they just feel frustrated. This is volunteered time where, they've gone through a process, they had to get interviewed to be part of this, and they just feel like, for some folks, that they want to make sure their work is going somewhere. So I think specifically when it comes down to the CAC developing a work plan so that, as a collective group, as a collective body, they have something not only to match with what our work plans are, but potentially guide what our work plans are as well. I think that's more than a fair assessment of the CAC is basically our communication channel with our citizens. That's how it should be really acting. I know it's outdated regarding with the fast tracks, the original goal of it, but I think that's something we should consider as directors is one, the frustration of, are we wasting our volunteers' time, and making sure that if we're going to go forward specifically with the latter of having a work plan, are we respecting the work plan, making sure that it's flowing with our work plans, but also vice versa? Is it in consideration of what we're hearing from our CAC, and how does that match with our work plans as we develop in the future? So I just want to put that out there for our fellow directors to make sure that establishing what is a common goal for our CAC each year. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Director Ruscia?
Thank you, sir. I forwarded along the memo that I had written previously regarding S&O work plan because I quite concur with what Treasurer Bouquet just said. That also applies to our other advisory committees as well. And so perhaps if the board office could just transmit that. I would also like to offer that when we have a retreat, we also invite our advisory committees and maybe. Again, I think we just have barriers between our advisory committees. That includes the CAC, which is the topic we're talking about now, and the board. And I've also heard that similar frustration. I recognize we're moving into more positive direction. And then finally, I just want to note, and I'm happy to, I just want to note that it actually is a cited FTA best practice, to have joint meetings or have rotating ex officios from our advisory committees. And I'm happy to follow up with staff if they need that citation or the work that's been done on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. Second Vice Chair Geisinger?
Thank you. And thank you for all those comments. Director Bouquet, I agree with you that historically, it has been a very frustrating process. I guess my sense was that was changing. I had a meeting with Deborah Johnson and a couple of others and a couple of people from the CAC when I was chair, so still several months ago. And we found some projects, some topics that we really were looking for help on, some of the financial diversification, and that was the biggest one. And I guess I haven't followed it as closely, so it's maybe a question for Mr. Kroll, and I really appreciate you taking this and working with the CAC to move it forward, because it has been such a problem to make it a good relationship that really is helpful to them and helpful to us. I thought that they were doing some really good work on the finances and had some other things they were working on, and some of that problem was making progress. Is that the case, Mr. Kroll?
Mr. Kroll?
Yes, Director Geisinger, that is the case from my opinion, but that's you know, I'm a little biased. I would like to think that the work I am doing with them is paying off, but I would say that next month, thank you, Director Harwick, for laughing at that comment. I was trying to be a little bit funny here at 9 o'clock. I will add one thing that is not listed here, but is an addition. Well, it is actually in the charter. One of the things that I would like to see all of the advisory committees do is provide written comments, written reports and updates that we include in your board packet so that you all can get a better record of what they're doing, and not that the verbal updates would go away, but they would be streamlined, and there would also be a long-standing record of the work that they're doing that's in the actual record of the meeting. And with that, I have asked the CAC co-chairs to come next month, provide an update to you all, but then also be available at the time that this matter would come before a vote to maybe even address any questions that you all have. And I think asking them directly if it's working out and if it's headed in the right direction is probably the best answer I can give you. Is, from my opinion, it's great, but let's ask them and get their thoughts too.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kroll. I appreciate that. Appreciate the comments. I think getting their input on that is important. So thank you, Treasurer. You know, we will certainly do that as we continue to proceed with this. So we look forward to seeing this come back and having more opportunities to hear from the CAC and perhaps dialogue on exactly this question. So thank you, Mr. Kroll, for presenting all of those discussion items. At this point, I just want to make quick note of the time, and I'm going to ask directors when we proceed through the next two sections to please keep comments and time tight so that we can target our 4-hour time here. I would appreciate if directors could keep comments or questions they have in the forthcoming section to 1.5 minutes. I think that will help us manage some of the time that we have remaining. With that being said, we're going to move into our report on director activities. And in particular, at this moment, as we talked about last time, we have folks serving on external appointments. I think if you have something pertinent to bring forward, now would be the time to do that. I did see hands raised and then they disappeared on the screen, but Director Sloan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. As a board, we are all out in our communities, and our constituents are aware of our efforts. So I don't know if we need to repeat everything tonight, but what I would like to say tonight is to you, Chair. This has been an extraordinarily busy and extremely hectic session for you. And thank you for your investment of time, your diplomacy. We have noticed it, and your ambassadorship for RTD is much appreciated. That's it.
Thank you, Director Sloan, for that. Appreciate it. An immensely stressful time. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Secretary Guzman.
Thank you to all the directors who participated in the Denver Town Hall. It was a good meeting. Again, doing the work of elected officials, meeting with everybody and bringing community together. There's a lot of feedback to be shared, and I'm still working through reporting it to all of you the right way. And we'll need to get some help from staff. Just a heads up, there's questions coming, but you know the answers. That's the good news. We've already discussed most of those questions. There's a few outliers. I just wanted to inform the board. I am participating in the Latinos in Transit Leadership Academy for this year. So one of my 2 trips will be eventually to go present an onboarding document for new directors, as I'm working with a newer director from Portland in this first inaugural group of directors through Latinos in Transit. And I was also accepted to the Harvard Kennedy School of Executive Leadership through the Gates Foundation Scholarship Fund to go learn about local and elected leadership, and that's in great part thanks to all of you guiding me along the way. So on top of all of the other board work that we're doing, that's also happening on the side at this very extremely busy time. So thank you for your support with that.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and a very heartfelt congratulations to you on the acceptance. Look forward to hearing how that experience is. Director Lewis, please.
Yeah, just quickly, I attended the Transportation Solutions presentation on BRT on the 25th of April. The theme was tell the story, so we all should be prepared to tell people why we're building that BRT, because there will be some growing pains as we go through construction. Attended Earth Day event at 1670 Broadway. Was really impressed on how many people downtown use transit and how important it is to them. I kept reminding them about the new Metro ride. They were really excited about that. I'm participating in the City of Denver Civic Center redevelopment. If you're not aware, there are dollars to redevelop Civic Center, and there will be references to RTDs, so I'm trying to make sure they're good ones. And I also attended a meeting with City Councilman Sawyer under East Park Safety, so thank you.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Appreciate it. Director Tisdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I attended the Council on Transportation and the Environment Zero Emission Bus One-on-One in Atlanta with 50 agencies and 50 providers. I will provide a detailed report to the board concerning what we learned there, just as I did last year when I attended that conference. I wanted to raise something about the APTA Diversity and Inclusion Committee meeting. I serve on APTA's D&I committee, and we are in the process of reviewing our draft Transit Impact on Equity report. There was an extended discussion regarding the topic of support for the unhoused and the proper agency role. And there is actually diversity of opinion concerning on the property agency role. So I'm going to circulate something to get opinions on that too that I can bring back to the committee. General Manager CEO Johnson and I attended the APTA Legislative Conference and also the American Public Transportation Foundation board meeting in DC. On the APTA Finance Committee, we approved the budget for submission to the APTA board. And last Thursday, we had a APTA Transit Board Members Board Talk Live regarding the AC Transit practice of using a third-party facilitator to conduct their CEO evaluation. And so I'll have a PowerPoint on that. I will forward to the chair of the Performance Committee for information on that. Reminder, please, the APTA TBM conference is in San Jose, July 13 to 16. It's one of the most important things that TBMs can attend. And I really want to encourage you. And then lastly, recall next year, I'm gone. Somebody has to take over this stuff at APTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Tisdale. Not seeing other hands, we're going to move on to other matters. I'm just going to take a little prerogative here. I just had one other matter I wanted to raise, and then I will open up to other directors. We've adopted the meeting length bylaw. We've adopted work plans. We have revised our board operating guidelines. I think these are all opportunities to mature a lot of our processes. In looking at our documents and in hearing other directors sharing concerns around our meetings, our procedures, and what gaps may exist, I believe that is a good time for us to look at rules of procedure to guide our meetings. To help structure some of the sections of our meetings, bring some structure to when we're taking questions, when we are taking comments, how long we have directors doing so. Also bringing some structure and expectation around public comment and how we engage with the public. I think there's a lot of areas that we can really refine and improve. So I am going to work with our board staff, and I'd like to, I'll be conferring with our committee chairs, the chair of Finance and Planning, Tisdale, and the chair of our Operations, Safety, and Security Committee, Whitmore, to discuss what might be optimal in terms of developing a plan. So I'd like to look to those committee chairs or their designees to consider some rules of procedure that may help, starting from the committee meetings, and then, of course, moving into the board meetings to help us refine and tighten our processes and get efficient with our communications. So I just wanted to flag that for directors. Once we have commissioned this as a project like we've done with station naming, I'll identify those directors that are working on that. And then, as we've done previously, we'll encourage all directors to reach out to those designated directors who are working on those rules of procedure. So thank you. With that, I will open up to some other matters. I did want to state, just while we're in other matters, I know there's been a lot of activity around our legislative positions. Just as a reminder, friendly reminder here, pursuant to open meeting laws, we can't take any actions that have not been noticed, but I understand we do have a number of things going on that may warrant some discussion. So I will start with Director Harwick. I see your hand is raised and you are now recognized.
Thank you. So a couple of months back, I brought up, we've sort of been talking about the B line and its continuation quite a bit, and I brought up how there were 3 other unfinished lines that I think also are due some introspection and some studying. But I actually want to go a little bit further than that. And what I want to talk about tonight is really, we're not supposed to really get into it, but like the FISA is something that has been hanging over this board. I feel like it's been used as a bit of a, I don't know the right word, like some gambling chips, and we're part of that. So I would like us to really entertain the idea of what do we want to do with the FISA. I think we need to come up with a plan and figure out what the time frame is to utilize that money, whether or not that is to go towards the B line, to go towards the 3 unfinished lines, or I'm just going to throw out some other ideas that I think would not be terribly bad use of that money. And that could be some of the ADA enhancements that we have been talking about, whether that's doing Access-a-Ride in a new way. I think we could do a major expansion of the partnership program that could be either massive improvements on our bus stops or doing connector services similar to what we've seen out in GES and in Montbello or down south. I think every city probably is clamoring for some type of connector service. I think there's the ability to hire a Vision Zero planner, first last mile planner, look at secured bike storage, start doing some studies on BRT, and not just from what's already coming or what's discussed, but also if we build it, will they come? And for me, that's Wadsworth. And then also, I really want to have the conversation about a gondola that runs from the W line to Golden and the Golden to Red Rocks. So I recognize that all of those things don't necessarily fit into this, but it is money that's been dangled in front of us, and in a good way and in a bad way. And I think we need to come up with a plan on what we're going to do with it so we can take the power back.
Thank you, Director Harwick. And on this matter, I'll open up for directors on this matter, starting with Director Deschel.
Yeah, related, and Director Catlin raises this often, which is in the in the past fast tracks, BRT is in there, as is the suburban to suburban connectors, maybe what you were alluding to, but they often get left out in the unfinished corridor aspect of this. The other thing that is in the language that is approved is alternative fuel options for vehicles, right? And if you were to align that with our TAMP and you were to try to look for where that money could go, we received a presentation. The FISA account is sufficient to upgrade the facilities that would require that. But I agree with you, Director Harwick, that absent creating a plan, it'll let someone else set the agenda, which they certainly have.
Thank you, Director Deschel. Director Ruscia?
Thank you, sir. I have requested via email and also in committee that staff please advance for newer members board-approved policies regarding the FISA. I knew that there were some things outside of fast tracks it could be used for, but I could not I couldn't find that document. It was just from something I'd read years ago. So I appreciate Director Deschel bringing that up. So I will just make one final request. If we could please get the board approved policies regarding the FISA as it exists, it would be greatly appreciated by this new director 14 months in. I also just wanted to concur with what Director Harwick stated. I think also from an equity perspective, about half of our FISA is base tax, and that's bus, and we've diverted from feeder service and paratransit to put money into the FISA. And we have heard from communities across, I think in every district, so across the region, that they do have microtransit, mobility, needs. And we cannot effectively be a regional and a local and all things to all people. So I would be in favor of looking at those dollars and maybe allocating a significant amount to our partnership program and growing it considerably. And then finally, I would just I would note that what I hear from my community and in our meetings is that Montbello residents really feel like an injustice was done when we shut down the park and ride and cut almost half of service when the A-line came. And the, a local nonprofit did purchase that park and ride property from us. And I'm glad that that's being developed. However, there is $601,000 sitting in the FISA account that came from an underserved community in my district that is often ignored and has the highest, some of the highest ridership, the fewest amenities, actually, when you compare it to the rest of Denver. And I would like to see, as Director Harwick noted, perhaps some sort of equity fund created. I think it is an appropriate thing to do. And when I do a survey, and I did a survey of the stops in Nest neighborhoods in my district, the majority are not ADA compliant. And if that's not something we can use the FISA for, again, I think we need to take a look at what else we might use the FISA dollars for. And I know I said finally, but just one more. The end line, I feel when we have held up dollars because of external demands, we're causing harm. And I don't represent that area of RTD, but I do have a personal frustration that the end line doesn't reach the highway yet, which is prime for BRT. So I would love it if we even had a retreat on what we're going to do with our unfinished projects. It's been a few years since that's happened. This current board has not had a retreat on the topic. And I will stop here. I went over the 1:30. Thank you. But also thank you, Director Harwick, for bringing this to our attention again.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. And yes, thank you, Director Harwick, for bringing this up. One item that I had hoped to touch on with other matters, but may be partially related to this, so I'll just take a moment. I think it is a good time. As Director Ruscia, you pointed out, it has been some time since we looked at the unfinished corridors. The 2019 report is not that old. There are some things that we're taking from that, but it has been a while since the board has discussed that from a policy vantage point at a retreat. And also the thing that I was going to address is I think many of us probably saw the news that the Polis administration has announced potentially bringing forward some funding that could be for transit. I think it is my understanding that ballot language has not yet been, that bill language has not yet been introduced or drafted, but we may be seeing that in the forthcoming days. I think we should take a quick look at those, understand that. It's probably upon us that within the next few months, we're going to be wanting to have a discussion around unfinished corridors and so forth. So thank you for raising the issue, Director Harwick. Certainly a topic for some of our future retreats and perhaps sooner. Thank you. Are there other matters? Director Ruscia?
Thank you, sir. So I was told that if I raised this question and asked for a vote, I would be called out of order, but there is no way for a director to do so in our current operating procedures. We don't, but I did want to bring up Senate Bill 184. I
I just would like to state on the record, I feel that that is where we dropped the ball a little bit. We had a bill come to us that wasn't quite cooked. We asked for multiple amendments. Multiple amendments were made in the Senate. It is now sitting, it's past appropriations in the House, but we did not revisit that. And I think that is something that we should have done. I also just would like to offer feedback on your on the chair's comment regarding OML. It is actually not outside of the bounds of OML to add an item on the agenda when you can qualify that, and I think we could have. Nor is it outside of Robert's Rules of Order. This does happen, and I think Senate Bill 184 was at least worth a discussion. And I would just ask the executive committee, when setting our agendas, particularly during session, that we get more government updates during our full board meetings, and that we don't make unilateral decisions about when we do or don't weigh in on something. And the bill that is in the House today is a different bill that was in the Senate, and we didn't have an opportunity to set policy that was not. And I just think that's something that we need to work on as a body. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. Let's take a couple points here, and I will note for directors, we are approaching the time, but I believe the bylaws do permit us to finish the issue at hand, and then we will adjourn. So we'll finish this issue at hand. Mr. Davies, I would invite you to come up if you'd like. I may just ask you a brief question here just for comment. We'll keep it short. My understanding on Senate Bill 184, this board, as we all know, took a unanimous position for an amend. The discussion that we had here around that was to put in as much work as possible here to mitigate the immediate financial impact to the agency, specifically around the generation of a report operating service from Denver Union Station to Fort Collins. In addition, the implications that RTD would operate service outside of its district and to the benefit of not just RTD taxpayers. We had a discussion about also acknowledging in the bill all the unfinished corridors as being significant to RTD, as well as I believe the idea that came originally from Director Deschel around ensuring that should this bill go forward, that service throughout the district, current service would not be sacrificed. So that was certainly the direction that I took in the amend to bring forward to the Capitol to mitigate the impact. I'd like to call on Mr. Davies at this time to please just highlight, if you wouldn't mind, some of the activities that have occurred, what amendments we've sought, what amendments we have, and what your assessment is of the impact to the agency. Mr. Davies, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and members of the board. Michael Davies, Government Relations Officer. Quickly to just reiterate a lot of what the Chair just covered, those are the main issues that I took away from the discussion with the board, was really the main concern with RTD potentially using funding to study a project that would be outside of the RTD district, recognizing the unfinished fast tracks and making sure that there was language included saying that current service could not be sacrificed. Working with the bill sponsors in the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee on March 27th, there was the original amendment that removed RTD from being the driver of the study and really eliminating that concern that we're spending our money on a study for a project that would be outside of the RTD district. So RTD was removed from that section. And then in a following hearing, this was Senate Finance Committee on April 2nd, there was an additional amendment that was offered, and I'll read the whole section because I think it spells out exactly what the board's intent was and direction for staff to work on. And that was accelerating the provision of fixed guideway service on the Northwest Rail Corridor as the first phase of Front Range passenger rail service will not in any way slow planning, development, grant seeking, or other activities needed for the expeditious delivery of the remaining elements of the Front Range passenger rail service or unfinished fast tracks projects. Further, existing district service will not be impacted or sacrificed as a result of planning or delivery of the first phase of Front Range passenger rail service.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. And one other item, if I may, just a question. There's been a lot of discussion around the language in the bill with respect to an IGA, or what's been referred to also as a JPA. It is my understanding, and is it yours as well, that what is in there is essentially permissive language, not prescriptive language, which in fact, this agency already has the ability to enter into an IGA. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that your understanding as well, General Counsel Snyder?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll finish the topic at hand. I'll open up for any other questions here. Director Arusha, I see your hand. I'm going to look to other directors if there's any questions or comments who have not gone first. Secretary Guzman.
Thank you. Where are we at with House Bill 1147? Because that went to committee today, did it not?
1447?
Yes, 1447, sorry, I misspoke, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Davies. You can go ahead with that. Yes, we'll bump it into this issue here, if you mind just touching on that.
Sorry, it's two wings of the same bird, so really I'm...
Certainly. Thanks for the question. Yes, 1447 was heard for action only, no testimony, in the House Transportation Committee, and was approved out on a vote of 8-3 after being amended today. It's approved as amended to the Appropriations Committee in the House. Not exactly sure when they'll take that up, but that's the latest on that bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Director Arusha?
Thank you. Can you please clarify, have we moved on from 184, or am I allowed to?
No, 184 is the topic at hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So I did actually just want to offer a clarification. So the word "will" in statute, how this bill is drafted, doesn't have the meaning that we think it might. That's the kind of language you might put in a legislative declaration. So it's not necessarily binding, and it doesn't follow our drafting standards. And this is not a knock on Mr. Davies. I recognize you also have a lot to do in your day job, and you get a lot of inquiries. But I will just state that if you look at the Rehngross bill on, I think it's starting on page 10, line 17, from there, while it does not compel us in a way that we could generate a fiscal note, there will be a fiscal impact. And we do have policy in our fiscal policy and our legislative policy that when there are pending legislative matters that could impact this agency or create a risk or a fiduciary risk, that we take action. And so while I do think the House version has been much improved, I still believe it was written with an intended outcome. And no, they could not legally compel us into a JPA, although joint authorities are referenced. And so just recognizing that our lobbyists, BBMK, were conflicted out because they also work for FRPR, meaning the governor. I do want to commend Mr. Davies, I think, for doing the best he could with the tools that he had. But I just ask again, as a body, our next legislative session, that we review how we go through this process. I got a lot of questions from not just legislators, but also other elected officials, asking if RTD had more amendments or we had more concerns. Why is RTD in this bill so much? And I wasn't able to get answers from staff. I wasn't able to get answers from the board office. I wasn't able to get answers from Mr. Davies. And the best I could say is that I don't know. And that was embarrassing for me. And so I understand it was a busy session, but I am almost begging that we take time immediately after this session, maybe at our next retreat, or we make it a discussion item,
of how we are going to proceed as a policy-making body when we have a fast-moving legislature that is going at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. I just would like to note that we have been receiving good updates at Executive Committee, and I would like to thank Mr. Michael Davies. This has been a very stressful legislative session. It's difficult to take direction from a 15-member board that has to take positions on this and then act on that. And I've had the opportunity to become walking buddies with Mr. Davies, going to the Capitol and watching him in action. Tremendous, very impressed with the professionalism that you bring and how legislators have received you. So I just would like to thank you for that. We're nearing the end of this and appreciate how you've had to operate through all of this. And I will note, Director Ruscia, I hear the comments around how to elevate reports to the board. It's certainly something that we can think about. But I do thank all my colleagues here for taking positions on these matters, for discussing these matters, for conveying that. Mr. Davies, it's not always crystal clear coming from the board here, so thank you for working so hard to put the agency into a good spot at the Capitol, and also improving our reputation there as well. I will also just note, and I see Director Geisinger, your hand, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that because of the stress, this has not just hit the government relations side, it hasn't just hit the board and Secretary Sloan, or old habits die hard, Director Sloan. Thank you for the comments on that. It's also spilling over to our board staff too, as there's an influx in requests and activity and questions and concerns. So, Jillian, Marie, Daishrei, Jack, of course, thank you for being part of fielding that stress. And I just want to acknowledge that, sometimes when things are taking time to respond to and answer, we're getting there's 15 of us, but there's a flurry of activity and sometimes what feels like a small army across the city here throwing things at us. So thank you. With that, I'll open up to Second Vice Chair Geisinger. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I generally want to echo that. There are 4 major bills affecting RTD this session. Once the bill tonight, if it got read in, it might be tomorrow, the funding bill, that have taken a lot of work. And I think that, it has been an unusually crazy session. I echo Director Sloan's comments, thanking our chair for a huge amount of work. Michael Davies also. Brandenburg McKenna has done yeoman's work on these bills, 1447 and others. And, one thing that the Regional Air Quality Council has done was to look in advance, in addition to the legislative plan that Michael Davies gives us, is to say, we know sometimes you have to move more quickly than you can move with a 15-member board. I think in their case, it's 17 or something. With these bills that where our focus is, move ahead and, come back and keep us communicate with us. And I think that's being done. It is being done more in the Executive Committee, and we could talk about if there's changes there, but there's been a lot of work. I think a lot of really good work from people in the room, and it's a hard session.
Thank you, Second Vice Chair. Appreciate it. I think that concludes the end of our more legislative topic, other matter. Seeing that we are on time, I will call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. This meeting will be adjourned as of 9:40 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Thanks, y'all.